Morning, Isaac.
Hello?
Oh, hey, Chad. Hmm. You can hear me, right? Oh, maybe not. Hang on, oh, it looks like my mic is working. Is it? It looked like Isaac was speaking for a second, but it just kind of went blip.
Speakerphone here. Can you hear me, Chris?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
Attached to Isaac's account, we got a speaker puck here. So
No, is this the speaker puck?
yep.
Yeah. Yeah, last week in the car too, it was difficult to hear Isaac.
Yeah, hopefully it's better. Do we sound okay now?
No, this
I
is
tried to
great. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, hopefully you're doing okay. Are you planning to stay on the call today, or are you planning to drop off?
Um, I'm planning to leave the call on.
Okay.
And to be on when I'm planning to play it by ear.
Yeah.
So
My
you,
my thought today, Chris, I was going to help Isaac get the Elasticsearch server set up, and then we'll send instructions out for the team. And then obviously then, Isaac can also help wherever else we need issues on the board and stuff too as well.
yeah, I think that the team's going to have to be in self, what's Tesla call it? Auto driving mode. Um, but you'd be the go-to guy if
Yeah.
if I'm not around and they get stuck. So that's okay. I mean, this competition is largely a learning experience. We go into it expecting to lose dramatically because the scenario is really hard. This year, it seems like, as I'm listening to the students, it seems like there are a lot of vulnerabilities. The vulnerability density seems really high, and that's
Oh
just
yeah,
looking
it's
just
pretty
looking
bad.
at the trivial ones. We haven't even gotten to anything architectural. I don't think we will. Um, and those are hard to find anyway. Those are for the super teams, right? Um, and yeah, so this is basically a learning experience for us. Um, so so it's okay, right? I'd rather be sick now than sick in the middle of April. So um, yeah, we'll see. But
Is my audio coming through?
yep.
Oh, cool. Okay, I can't tell. It's not telling me if anything's going through.
Yeah, just now I saw your box pop up a little while ago, but this is the first thing I've heard you say.
Oh, cool. Okay, well,
Yeah.
it works. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
Wait, just a minute.
Oh, couldn't hear you too good that time, Chad. Uh, so Isaac, we were just saying that the team will be in autopilot mode, a lot of the time. So
Gotcha.
we've got to be shifting gears, obviously. I haven't looked to see if we're finding and fixing mostly, or if we're still finding mostly, but we got to start fixing, obviously, because of the
Yeah.
competition coming next week, and explaining that we understand that we're not likely to win this competition. This competition will have some super teams in it. In particular, the one, at least one from Iowa State, which they'll definitely be a top contender.
Yeah.
But this is a learning thing for us, and it helps us get ready for the high school one, which won't have. I shouldn't say this because it's like saying what could possibly go wrong, but it won't have usually such a high density of vulnerabilities, and usually not. They've been doing better recently, but in the past, it's been not quite so realistic in terms of the architecture they set up. This is pretty good, what they've done here. So
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. I'm gonna try to log into vCenter on my laptop. Is giving me crap about it.
don't let it give you attitude, man.
Now it's saying that it doesn't support HTTPS.
Uh-oh.
What on earth? I'm putting in the right URL.
I haven't been watching my monitors. Maybe I should go to. We haven't seen anything in that monitor channel I set up. Oh, but I didn't set one up for vCenter. I can get to vCenter. So you had me worried that like they had
They were down or something.
Well, yeah, that they have that same 4-letter protocol, which I can't come up with now, that says no cert, no business. I can't think of it. The one where if a web server's cert is bad, nobody can connect. That one.
HSTS.
Oh, gotcha.
Thank you. Yeah, HSTS. Thanks, guys.
My favorite.
Because I don't have a monitor on vCenter. I think I'll go set one up. Something nice and low. What's the word? Doesn't take a lot of mental acuity for me to do that. That sounded like Tristan. Hey, Tristan.
What is up?
Oh,
This guy.
we didn't get a picture of you in your new car. What'd you get?
Your audio just
Is-
freaked out there. That was wild. Yeah, I meant to send it, but then I initially forgot after the first negotiation. So, it ended up being a 2015 Ford C-Max being sold for like $2,400 under the asking price. So
That's nice.
well, it was like dirt cheap on insurance. The car payment is like a grand total of like $50-$60 a month, and
Nice.
and gas is insane because it gets like 38 and not 39 miles per gallon.
I heard
So
everything you said except the word after Ford. It's a Ford what?
C-Max hybrid.
Oh, cool.
They discontinued the car in 2020 after the Toyota Prius was beating their C-Max in like every possible way. So they just discontinued the car. But because they discontinued it, they're being sold for like a surprisingly low price because not many people want to buy a discontinued car except for this guy.
Yeah, your next car could be an Oldsmobile or a Saturn. So you probably don't remember those. But,
No, I have no idea what either of those cars are.
they predate you. Sorry. Yeah.
They predate me.
I
By
think
like,
so. Yeah.
That's great.
All things considered, that's not really saying much. Tristan isn't very old.
Yeah, yeah. A
No,
2005 car predates me.
But those feel like recent things to me, and they're not. Excuse me. The coughing is going to come out of nowhere. Sorry.
Yeah, Michael appears to be having issues with the Zoom meeting link, or not Zoom meeting, the Teams meeting. Supposedly, it won't let him in.
I have
Really?
no idea what you're talking about.
Is it Isaac's fault because he's using cubes?
Everything is always Isaac's fault.
Unless it
What the
involves
heck?
No,
Java.
I'm on Android accessing Actually, no, I can access it now from Cubes because I was getting the URL wrong because I'm an absolute legend like that.
Professional tech guy gets the URL wrong. Who's shocked? Nobody.
Absolutely no one.
So is your
So
name
let's send in
IE,
the right.
by the way?
Yeah, that's me.
Why? Yeah, like why?
Because I use Cubes, by the way.
Thanks.
Oh, gosh.
Thanks for clearing that up. I
I
appreciate it.
mean, makes sense.
Well,
Ah,
it's
man.
like
let's see.
I'm using Arch, and I'm like, hold up a second, I'm using everything in a VM anyway. Why am I not using Cubes?
Because you already tried cubes and it didn't work.
Oh, it
You-
works.
I distinctly remember you saying cubes is awesome. I love cubes. Cubes is great. Then you proceeded
Yeah.
to move on from cubes because you couldn't do anything on it.
No. You are misunderstanding what I said. I said I moved away from Cubes because theming was a nightmare. But then I come to find out that theming on Linux is a nightmare in general.
And that
So I
justifies
just, yeah, I just gave up.
it. You succumbed to the temptation.
Exactly.
You succumb to the dark side.
I have returned to the dark side.
Oh, he is. I kept thinking I was hearing Michael, and then I'd look and I wouldn't see him. Hi.
Hello there.
I just sent you a link. I kept hearing your voice, and then I'd look and I didn't see an M. I was like,
Hear me
well,
now?
Isaac called himself I use cubes, but it still says I. See how quick I am?
Nice.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep, you can now. Okay.
Uh,
Okay, what
Hey,
is that
Chris.
beeping noise? Somebody's running like a radar ping in the background, and it's freaking awesome.
it's our robot vacuum, and what it's doing is it's mapping the room. It's got one big intake chute, and once it knows the shape of the room from the sonar thing and lidar thing it's doing, then it just goes, and it takes all the dust out of the room at once. I generally leave the room right after the warning beep to make sure it doesn't get me.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Or
Once that warning beep hits,
that's
guys,
zero truths and a lie. Can you tell what the lie was? Yeah.
the fact that it just sucks all the dust out of the room instantly.
The whole thing was
Alright, well, I guess I will start locking down Slicer.
yeah.
Slicer? Oh, all right.
Slicer. How bad is
Oh.
Slicer?
I have no idea. Man, I've been so packed this week. I've barely been able to go check on the GitHub issues. I briefly created a couple, and I fixed the firewalls on 3 of the boxes. But past that, I have not had much time to go. Checking out cron jobs and stuff like that.
And so
Oh my word, fixed DNS. What's broken about DNS?
Oh yeah. I forgot to mention that they were idiots and screwed it up. So, and Isaac, this is what I
Of
told you
course.
about. Whenever they say that something's working, it's not going to work. They say it's going to work, but it's not working. So what they did is they pointed all of our DNS records to 199.116.100, which is indeed a DNS server, but it does not have our DNS records. So if you went to go ping like 80.team8.isucdc.com, it should have returned 104.190.101.10 because it should have returned the IP address. But instead, it returned host not found because they did not configure their DNS server to point to our DNS server whenever it sees a team8.isucdc domain. So you could not join any box to the Active Directory because it couldn't ping the domain or contact the domain controller. So what we have to do is all you have to do is just set the DNS server to be our to be .10. Then .10 forwards anything else past that to 199 100 600. So it all works, but you cannot use 199 as your default DNS server.
Okay.
Unless you use it to point to the AD server, right?
Well, yeah, but
But then you
that's
still need the
that,
AD.
that
So
they
never
didn't
mind.
do.
Never mind. Yeah, you still need the
Yeah.
AD to serve up all the other records.
Yeah, what they should have
Yeah.
done is they should have configured their 199.100 DNS server to point to our DNS server whenever it sees a Team 8 domain, or whenever it sees a Team 5 domain, point here. Whenever it sees a Team 7 domain, point here. But they didn't do that correctly or at all. They just pointed everything to the 199 server, and because of that, you cannot ping any. Active Directory will not work because nothing's configured to use the right DNS.
So if you, just as a thought, if we don't use our AD servers as our DNS servers, if you put the AD server into iScore and all your servers into iScore, and you put your AD name into iScore is the same as your AD servers, you should be able to join the domain, and AD should be able to do everything it has to do, because AD will advertise services at the same IP where they are. So it'll advertise its global catalog and all these other services that are part of Active Directory. You won't need to have those into in Active Directory, because the AD clients will know that they come from AD, not from DNS, not from the root DNS, but from the AD DNS. But if you just want to do it, if you just want to use AD as your DNS server, I don't see any harm in that. And I think that's what you're saying you want to do, right? Just use AD as your DNS server.
Well, I'm saying that Active Directory's DNS, the reason that we have to use like the domain controller as the DNS server, is because the domain controller, on top of advertising itself as being DNS server, also contains service A records for LDAP and for HCP and for Windows and for like Windows API requests, and like beyond just being DNS server, it also advertises what the IP addresses are for every individual service running on this Active Directory network.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about that later. You don't actually have to do it this way, but I agree with you. It's probably the right way to do it now. So I'd do it. I'd go forward with your plan. It's a good plan. And you're right, AD provides everything you need. So go for it. In a big network, though, you don't like that one service providing all this stuff. You don't like having your DNS intermingled with your AD, so that and your DHCP and everything, so that it starts to become like a single point of failure that could take down all sorts of services, right? So
oh yeah,
we can talk about that later, or you can talk to your old man. Yeah,
I mean, ideally, I would do exactly what you said, Chris. Yeah, I would put DHCP on this box, then put AD on this box, then put LDAP here, and separate everything onto different virtual machines. But the way that they have it set up here, I can't really change that. So I would love to, but that would require like breaking down some of their network and rebuilding it, which I think violates their rules.
Yeah, could be done, but I think I don't want to talk that much today, and I think it would slow us down. So I'm agreeing with you. Breaking it down can also go the other way if you don't set up your subnets correctly. I once, on a new network zone, it was so slow and I couldn't update anything. It took a minute and a half to connect, to SQL servers. And the reason was that we don't use sites in AD. We use subnet locality or something to choose which AD controller to get. And they hadn't set that up, and I was on an AD controller that was in Amsterdam. And that made things slow. Anyway, moving on.
Somebody's mechanical keyboard is like ridiculously loud. Isaac, I'm guessing that's probably you.
You would be correct. I am right next to my brother, who has one of the loudest keyboards to have ever been created.
Inigo Montoya has a brother?
No, I use cubes, by the way, as a brother.
Well,
Inigo Montoya has no brother.
Well, tell Levi that Tristan said nice keyboard.
Tristan says nice keyboard.
Oh, there's another keyboard.
That elevator
Yeah.
music?
No,
Put some
it's my
practice
sister
in.
playing piano, and that's my cue to probably go find a new
Okay.
room to do things.
Oh,
Because
no,
everybody
no.
everybody simultaneously woke up, and now they're all doing things in the office, and it's like, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really care. I know I don't because I have a sister that plays flute, piano, piccolo, and ukulele, so I'm pretty used to this.
You should see her when she does it all at the same time. It's amazing.
Exactly, it's very impressive.
that-
I gotta say, one of the lifetime experience. All right.
Oh, Henry.
All right, what ports do we need to authenticate for Slicer? Go ahead and just start with the firewall rules, huh?
I don't remember.
Oh wait, you guys use
firewall rules.
UFW.
Yes, we do, Mr. IP tables.
Okay, I only know how to use IP tables and NF tables. Okay, leave me alone.
Yeah,
If
I
he's
know.
comfortable
called-
with something else, he can use something else.
Oh yeah. I just like endlessly mocking Isaac for it because it's funny. So, yeah, Isaac gets it. I call him multiple
Okay.
different names that he does not appreciate.
I'm gonna be real, Tristan. You just call me a lot of things, and I just deal with it at this point.
You just deal with it. That's great.
Yeah.
Just got to roll with the punches at this point.
Well, I'm not even rolling with the punches. I'm just like, you know what, Tristan? You know what? You're no better.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
yeah, probably not. I use
I learned-
Windows. Or used.
I learned from Isaac this year that UFW uses IP tables. I actually
yeah.
didn't realize that. So if
Yeah,
you
that's-
use
yeah, it's
IP
just-
tables, then we're good. You can use UFW with it.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
if you use UFW, you'll break my handcrafted IP tables that I've configured.
your
think using-
handcrafted IP tables.
I think using UFW on IP tables is like when people use a object relational framework on top of the database I built for them, and I'm like, what are you doing? Stop it.
All right.
Why? I'm currently changing the for the firewall rules. I created an issue for that. Allow only from the local subnet except for services explicitly stated in the docs. I already configured that on as listed on the issue Active Directory, www, and FTP. Those I used UFW to configure it, and then Windows Defender Firewall through PowerShell, but I have not yet done it on Windows Client, Windows Laptop, or Slicer. Slicer because they must have changed the password at some point because I could not log on.
Yeah, I changed it.
Well, okay, so that's fine, but I would greatly appreciate it if you would actually document that because I had.
I did.
Wait, you did?
In GitHub?
Yeah, it's in GitHub, dude. It's literally it's in change default passwords. It's a response for
Yeah,
Sly.
that's
Really?
Hexagons are the best of guns.
yeah, that's
Hexagons
how
are the
we've
best
been
of guns.
doing it.
Bro, come on. Where is it?
Hexagons are literally the hexagons, you know?
This is a wild thing. Where is it? Oh, it's literally the last issue. That's fine.
That could be a wiki page. With the password.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, Isaac. That's the password? Alright.
What you gonna do about it?
If you're going to oh my gosh, if you're gonna make a password like that, then just go all the way.
Has
I did.
anybody actually looked at the Windows
No.
laptop machine yet?
No.
Yeah, Henry did last week.
Henry did?
Because it
Oh, yeah.
has two users called backdoor and root.
Yeah, Henry was making issues about those, I thought.
Okay.
Everybody remove suspicious user backdoor. That's great. We should probably remove the user that's called backdoor.
Should probably also remove root on the, I don't know, Windows laptop.
Yeah, remove root from the Windows laptop. That's great. That's not something that I thought you would have to say.
Yeah, Henry was looking at what was it? There was something that kept getting re-enabled. Like he kept moving a user into the users group, and they kept getting kicked back to administrators or the other way around. And yeah, make sure that root user isn't required, right? Before we get rid of it. So we were looking at Procmon. I was looking at Procmon to try to see where those changes actually happen in the registry. And I got it for one of them, so I'm gonna let Henry know. I thought he'd be here today, but I'll let him know in Zulip and see if he's gonna be around today or anything.
DNS settings. How do you screw something up royally as a college student? So I can relate, though.
What is that supposed to mean?
Don't worry about it, Isaac.
I am worrying about it, Tristan.
As stupid as
You talking about Henry?
No, no, I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about myself and the white team. How I'm asking, how are you in college to set up Active Directory network? Like, you're literally at Iowa State University, one of the best tech colleges in Iowa, let alone the state or the U.S. And
Yeah.
you can properly set up an Active Directory network. I do, and I'm a high schooler.
Well, I don't think their goal is to hand us something that's perfectly operative, but
Well, they tell us that it's perfectly operating, though. They literally write down that nothing else is required to properly configure this Active Directory network. But then when I log on to it, I see that the DNS settings are screwed up. So there is some more configuration required. I don't mind, but then just tell me that.
I thought you told us that what they said was that the users were already configured.
The users are already configured, but I really doubt that. So,
I'm just saying there's a big difference between if they told us the users are configured or if they said AD was ready.
True. Isaac, are you really going full IP tables?
I'm going full IP tables. It's the only thing I know how to use.
Yeah,
UFW, it's called uncomplicated.
Okay, last time I tried to use UFW, I locked myself out of SSH, okay? I know it's a skill issue. Leave me alone.
wait.
I know how to use IP tables.
I don't use
Wait,
UFW without the GUI, to be honest.
Oh man. Wait, like you configured the firewall options, then proceeded to block port 22?
No, I just told it to oh yeah, rejecting everything is okay, but I don't know how to enable loopback address and I don't know how to enable pre-instantiated connections and allow those. I could do that in IP tables. I can't do that in UFW.
Oh my gosh. Why don't you just allow port 22?
Because that doesn't help.
That doesn't help? Oh, at least then you can initiate a non-safe session after that. Though I still find it hilarious that your first time using the uncomplicated firewall was entirely a skill issue. I will forever give you crap for that.
You know what, Tristan? How about you try to just write your own IP tables?
No.
And then we'll talk.
I use the uncomplicated firewall, sponsored by Microsoft, the only easy firewall solution.
Leave now,
by
hipster.
Microsoft.
Get out of here. No one likes you.
Easy one.
Cue the shameless Windows plug.
Okay, so we need to allow port 22 but who's going to connect to port 22? Can anybody connect to port 22?
Is it joined to? Are we? Okay, yeah.
We're
that's-
not. I don't think we're not
we're not
joining.
joining.
I don't think we're joining it to Active Directory.
So if we're not joining it to Active Directory, then you would have to wait wait to set that up until you have added the users onto the FTP server. Because once users are added there, we can then manually.
No, I'm just asking what port, like what subnet needs to access it.
Subnet. Oh, 104.190.101.
Oh, only internal needs to access SSH.
Oh gosh, is it the way that I set it up is if it's not explicitly stated in the docs that it needs to be public facing, it's not going to be public facing.
All right, so what's our IP allocation then?
Hold on. I think that the FTP server does need public facing SSH. Yes, it does. Unfortunately,
I'm not. I'm working on Slicer right now. FTP is my
Slicer?
next problem.
Gotcha.
I'm on Slicer.
FTP, I already set up the firewall on that one. Slicer, I've not yet.
I'm working on Slicer right now. You do not touch
Yeah.
my IP tables. I will throw things at you if you touch my IP tables.
Bro, I'll just install UFW and then undo all of your work.
If you do that, I swear, Tristan, you will
That would
not
be
live to see
hilarious.
the next day.
Apt to install UFW.
Okay, what
All right.
protocol does VNC use?
That's a good question. Well,
Is
I
it
mean,
It's some
TCP
weird-
or UDP? It uses TCP.
really? VNC uses TCP?
Yeah,
Why?
at least according to Wikipedia.
Oh, all right. According to Wikipedia, that makes sense. All right, so
Yes, VNC is a platform, independent platform, and for Java.
and for Java. Wait, was it made in Java?
Apparently, yeah.
They made a remote access software in Java. That's too funny.
A Java
These are-
applet viewer. That's legendary.
A Java applet viewer being discussed while mysterious piano music is in the background.
Well, we're talking about Java. It needs a dramatic background.
Exactly. This is Java's thing. All right. Yeah. So Isaac, we create. If you check the issue made in GitHub, yeah, there we go. The issue made in GitHub specifies that I already set up the firewall on AD, www, and FTP. I have not set it up on the Windows laptops and the Windows client or Slicer. So I can probably go ahead and configure the firewall real fast on the Windows client and laptop via PowerShell because PowerShell rocks.
Hey, I think I fixed it.
Fix what?
Oh, there we go. I'm back. My web browser broke, and then everything stopped working.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was wondering.
Same for
why the
me,
fan-
actually. I wonder if it's because I'm the host and my Bitdefender was updating, so a lot of things just shut off.
I cannot hear a dang thing. Oh my
I
word.
mean, Are you all right, man?
No, all of my electronics are having a heart attack right now.
Why do your
Why?
electronics have hearts?
Are you saying that
It's the
computers
quartz
can't-
oscillator that makes everything go burr.
the quartz oscillator?
You sure
Yes,
that it's
Mr.
not
Ribble.
that you're not just making like machines from Ultrakill? They run off blood.
No, that's a horrible source of energy. You should know this.
You should know this.
You should know
What's that supposed
this.
to mean? Care to
Hey, I thought we
specify?
wouldn't. I thought we wouldn't talk about my experiments here.
Wouldn't talk about my experience. Borders.
Tables, output. All right.
Did.
What's our subnet? That is the question that I need to have answered. What is our subnet?
Your.mom.at.house.
Oh. Oh, they overrid some functions, I think.
All right,
Tristan.
Isaac, however, in all seriousness.
What's
Actually,
our
no,
subnet?
I already told you, it's your.mom.at.house.
That's not the subnet. That's a domain, you goofball.
Same thing.
It's
believe me.
/69.
/69. Actually, I like that
Yes.
idea. Let's just specify
Wait, hold up.
/69.
Back up the truck. Back up the truck. That's 69 bits. We're not using IPv6.
You're not using IPv6. I'm using IPv8. Get with this and get with the day and age,
Get
man.
with the
my word.
times.
All right.
Oh, my word. You guys are impossible. Okay,
So have a
I
question. Where did
can't wait.
IPv5 go?
IP5.
It died. It was I took it out back into the woods, and then I left without it.
You left
Got
without it. Mock trial case has been activated. Caden's ears just perked up.
Wait, hold up.
Isaac Palmer Shine in the murder of IPv5.
Oh, I got it. It's 104.190.101.0/24. Okay,
I'm proud of you, Isaac.
I'm saved.
Proud of you. Nice job.
I just did IPA. Boom.
There you go.
Accept loopback connections. Let me pull up my handy dandy cheat sheet here.
Cheat sheet? How dare you? It's like a crime or something.
You know what's a crime, Tristan?
Your mom? Don't ask me what that means, because I don't know.
Well, it's a good thing I wasn't going to ask.
What the heck? Why is there a team in the science competition called Women's Rugby?
Don't worry about it.
That's probably the key right there, Tristan. That'll win us the competition. Go for it. I think you should put infinite resources right there.
Infinite resources.
Call Iron Man.
That's hilarious.
So
Okay. Well, there.
Axel just got up. He'll be here soon.
The heck? Their DNS records are not working, and it's infuriating. Whatever. I'll just have to manually
I
add.
don't know why they decided to put PowerShell transcripts in the documents folder.
Hmm.
But because of that, I do know that they were trying to override the function invoke expression and invoke command.
What? They were trying to. Why?
I
Transcripts
don't
are
know. I don't. I'm not well versed enough in PowerShell to really tell what they were actually doing.
post it
with
someplace. You have to go out of your way to make a transcript.
You have to go out of your way to what?
To make a transcript. So I don't know if they're leaving it there to make sure we see it.
Hello, can you guys hear us?
Hey, we can now. Yep.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, we're having mic issues. Isaac's got a question here. I think he needs some help on.
Okay.
Do you know what IP I use for static IP?
For,
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
Elasticsearch.
Yeah, can we give Kaizek an IP?
Yeah.
Tristan, you're kind of the IP overlord.
What about dot 70?
Yeah, so 104.190.101.70.
Thank you, Senor Montoya.
Thank you.
Menigo Montoya.
You don't by any chance have 6 IPs on your right hand.
that was clever. That was clever.
That was pretty good.
Alrighty, I have locked down Slicer.
That's a lie. You have locked down the firewall. Slicer is still very insecure.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Isaac, I'm dead serious. They will literally plant scripts in home directories that auto run called hackme.php.
Okay,
sounds
I'm gonna
awesome.
be
We should
completely
let
real
them
with you,
run.
Tristan. I unleashed the power of grep and scanned the entire file system for keywords like backdoor, root, hack me. The list goes on.
Believe me. However, you you should grep or search for c99.php on the web server.
Well,
I can
but-
guarantee you it's going to be on that thing.
it wasn't there the
Okay,
last
here's the
couple.
funny thing. Octoprint uses Flask that doesn't have PHP.
You got to ask these
I know.
guys, but you got to hurry up.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
point is every single service on every single box is going to be 1, configured incorrectly, 2, configured insecurely. So,
Well,
that's why. Sure, we may restrict all services that are not explicitly stated in the docs to be only running on the local subnet, but SSH is going to be configured incorrectly and insecurely.
Don't worry, I'll fix
web
it.
server can be configured in,
So-
those are all just examples.
and related to that, Kaizek had something. Did you have something to say, Kaizek?
No.
Oh, okay, I thought I heard your dad say. Okay, wanted to jimmy some space in there for you, but
All right,
Sorry,
I'm
guys.
only allowing TCP from our local subnet.
All right.
I'm gonna go look for one of my
something-
server checklists. So go ahead, guys.
Something is creating transcripts of every PowerShell instance.
Oh, well,
and
you gotta
putting
shut
them-
that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a hack way to defeat that, and that is to make that area unwritable. But you might want to.
That's definitely what we should do.
I mean, honestly, that's not a bad idea, but we do actually still have to fix the issue though. So
Yeah, I do that later. You can use Task Manager, Get Process to look for the thing. In Windows, unfortunately, it's likely to be running from the task scheduler. And I was working on task scheduler. I need to add this to a check. We don't really have a good checklist for a Windows server, but what we should do is start with a Windows box that hasn't been modified, get a list of tasks, and then diff that with the one that's on our box so that we can tell which ones are new, because there's a million of them. Let me see here.
All right. FTP uses port 21, so I'll add an output rule.
hold on, Isaac. I already configured that, and I'm scared that if you use IP tables, it's going to mess up my precious UFW configuration.
Oh, cry me a river.
I'm gonna quote you on that. I'm gonna let Kale know that you said that to my face. She's totally going to resonate with my pain.
I think it would work with Hazel's iPad. Yeah, if it's Bluetooth.
All right, so what are my rules that I'm using? Port TCP the destination address, we only,
Is your mom's
what's going to be the IP address for FTP?
Your.mom.at.house.
Tristan, I'm going to throw a brick at you.
you don't have the upper body strength.
Whoa.
Whoa, shots fired.
Shots, exactly
Shots
what I was going
fired.
to say. Yeah. Let me pop some popcorn.
Okay, it's .20. If someone changes that, I will find you.
It's now going to be .21.
Yeah, it's just not going to work, and it's going to be on you to fix it.
Oh, bother. That's such a difficult task. I'm going to be crying when running IP. What do you mean zone name? Oh, duh.
Oh, you can do it through group policy. That's nice.
Wait, you can? Oh.
PowerShell transcription.
Yeah, true. Literally everything in an Active Directory network can be configured through group policy. You might want to be careful about which group that's applying, because that's applying to like the users group, then that's going to affect literally everybody. But if that's there could be a separate group policy that applies only to the like administrators group that creates PowerShell transcripts.
So FTP uses TCP. The destination address is going to be 103.104.30.20. Nope, I can't do IP addresses, clearly. Yeah, I can't read, guys.
Yeah, we knew that. You have glasses. Therefore. There we go. That should work now. Okay, there we go. Okay, I got that all working. So if you now ping any server, you will now see like WC at, or like Windows client .teammate.isucdc.com. The only box that's joined to the Active Directory network is still the Active Directory box, but they're all going to respond to at .teammate.isucdc.com. Nevertheless, whether or not they're actually joined, just makes me happy. All right, Isaac, did you configure the firewall for Slicer?
I'm working on it.
Okay, gotcha. I'm going to go ahead and
I'm
mark
testing
it off in issue.
SSH now.
Yeah. Actually, you can probably just port scan every single port. Oh my gosh. You could probably just nmap it, to be honest. This is a isolated network.
Sounds like a great job for you.
Wow. All right. Joke's on you. I'm a Windows user and don't use nmap.
Oh, you don't know how to use nmap?
I'm being sarcastic. I do. Don't worry. I'm not that
I was concerned there for a second.
No, I've nmapped many in ISP in my day.
I actually scanned a border gateway. I don't know if you guys know what the BGP protocol is.
BGP?
But I found an ISP's BGP router.
Then you got a letter from Mediacom either giving you or telling you to knock it off.
Yeah, here's the thing though. This was from this was for a completely different ISP. So Yeah, that could have ended very poorly because I was using my employer's VPN.
You were using. Are you kidding me? You were
No.
using your employer's VPN to go. All right, that's. What did your employer think of that?
They actually told me to go do it. They're like, we don't know what
Really?
this box is. Can you go poke at it? And I'm like, sure.
They
And then I
told
realized,
you to do that?
wait a minute. Hold up a second. This is not something we should be poking at, guys.
That's great. Well, leave it to BankSec to start poking at their ISP's router.
Well, it was in the client IP list. So
It was in the client. Really?
if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
And they didn't. And the client didn't specify that was a router, or or their ISP's gateway.
I mean, in all fairness, it's not really that you don't really expect that to be a problem.
Yeah, that's
Right.
true. Yeah, that makes sense. They don't. Yeah. The client specifies their ISP's gateway. All you have to do is poke at this box. It's like they're framing you or
Okay.
something.
On a completely unrelated side note, I think I can confidently say I have locked down the firewall of Slusser.
You are wrong.
What?
Objectively so, Isaac.
Wait, there's no USB devices? How does the 3D printer connect? Hold up
Don't
a
worry about it.
second. Hold up a second. I don't like this.
Chris, what's the net BIOS name for this domain? Is it mate?
It's everything up to the first dot. Well, it's everything with the
Oh
domain.
no.
Wait, so
RDP.
No.
what do you mean?
No.
Oh no.
What's the domain name, Tristan? Sorry, I'm behind.
teammate.isccdc.com, but I wasn't sure if the
teammate.
net bio teammate. Okay, I thought so.
Yeah, you're right.
Also, Isaac, what are you complaining about?
I think you saw that there's a RDP server involved.
Yeah, I saw RDP and I'm like, no.
Was it just turning on RDP for access, or is it RDP to run applications for users? Those are two completely different things, and the second one is
It
harder
must be
to do.
accessible via RDP on the local machine with Prusa Slicer. Here's the problem. Wayland doesn't support RDP.
So is this a Unix? But is this a Linux server? Sorry, I don't know.
It's a Linux server.
Well, the client doesn't support. You can't run the client on Wayland. That doesn't mean you can't run the server. A server, I should say.
That's fair. That's fair.
There's a.
All right. Hold on. I got to find the backdoor for Octoprint so I can figure out what the heck we're dealing with. I don't want to accidentally make a taco user and then proceed to create a backdoor.
Another backdoor, you mean?
Well, I mean, I've only found like 4 backdoors, so that's something.
You've only found 4 backdoors. Believe me, there are more.
Just don't know yet.
Hello, is this working?
Yeah.
No, it is not
Good morning.
working.
Good morning. Glad to hear it, Tristan. I did not expect it to work.
I always find that ironic. Whenever anybody asks me if I can hear them, I always answer with no, just for just for comedy's sake.
Yeah.
All right, I'm restarting the WC computer after joining it to the domain. So.
What? Oh, somebody else is on here now. Cool.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
190.
Yeah, Michael. I am currently on the Windows laptop. I'm just joining it to the domain real fast.
Cool. I will go elsewhere.
I mean, it shouldn't. It's not going to take me that long. It's up to you.
All right. Who will be which lucky box is going to have the beautiful software known as Nmap installed upon it? Should we just do FTP? Might be good enough.
Yeah, sure.
What if we
Well-
did it on the Elasticsearch server?
If
That's
you're
actually
going to
not a
store,
bad idea.
That's a good
if you're going
idea.
to store output, you don't want it on the FTP server, do you?
Yeah, I don't really want Nmap on the FTP server because that includes Netcat, and I really don't want Netcat on there.
You could use Netcat instead of FTP. Wasn't that one of you guys told me once you didn't want to install like SCP or something because just use NCAT. Henry was involved in that. Can't remember who else it was.
That was probably me.
You probably
I'm gonna
saw me
remove-
bristle. It was clever, but it was bristle worthy.
All right,
What?
what? Why'd you break? Why did Octoprint break? Why?
Why are you breaking it,
Specifically
Isaac?
to spite you.
Oh, I blocked HTTP. That's right. Okay.
You block, bro. Come on, man. Also, Isaac. So the policy that I've been doing is literally any protocol, any port can. I don't really care what. I do everything and contact any port as long as it's on the local subnet. So I never block anything.
No,
I
it's
just-
trying to access external resources.
Oh, really? Like
Yep.
how? Like how external?
Like not in our network.
What's the IP or domain name of those resources?
It's plugins.octoprint.org.
It's actually
Oh.
your IP, Tristan.
I looked
It's
at the
actually-
Octoprint repo. It seems like a pretty safe system.
Yeah, I'm just gonna whitelist that IP address
Yeah.
on the firewall rule.
Would you want to whitelist GitHub as well in case it uses that?
If it's not, no. All right, that fixed it. Nope, it's still breaking.
Nice job, Isaac.
Good job. Happy for you.
In classic Isaac fashion, he set up a firewall, then proceeded to break everything that was running on that box.
Well,
Yep.
it's trying to connect to the proxy. What's our proxy?
199, 116, 100.
Aha, that is the problem. It's trying to connect to that, and I blocked access to that.
Wow.
That
Nice
makes
job,
a
Isaac.
lot more sense.
Could you
So
say
I'm just
that
gonna
again?
go ahead
Proxy.
and whitelist
Oh, yeah.
access to that because I know that's safe.
There we go. It's going to be 199.100.16.100.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, do you also know what the DNS name I should put?
I don't know what the DNS name of that is, to be honest. Do you guys know?
The DNS server.
I have no idea.
Actually, it might just be proxy.iceage.org.
You want to know the IP of the DNS server, Kaiser?
Yeah.
Oh, the DNS server is the same as the proxy.
I thought the DNS was 254. Oh, that's on IceRink, right?
I mean, I'm not sure. I think that the gateway acts as a quote unquote DNS forwarder, but the official DNS is the proxy. They run a internet facing or proxy. I don't know. Through some magic of proxying, they made the DNS work on the proxy.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. So I need to do HTTP. How do you undefine an environment variable?
Unset.
Set it to
and then-
nothing.
No, that doesn't
unset?
do it. Unset, and then its name. So not a $, just its name.
Wonderful. Let's
Unset.
try that. Maybe that fixes
Oh, that
it.
makes sense.
Yeah, setting it to nothing, it still is a variable set to nothing.
Why do we have MOBA Xterm installed? And what the heck is that?
It's
It's
probably
a-
for GNOME.
I doubt
It's
it.
it's a client for things like Xterm, maybe RDP, the cursed version, the cursed knockoff of RDP you guys were talking about earlier that everybody uses. What's it called? The one where you were wondering, does it use our UDP or TCP? That one. So it's got all these different client apps in it that can use tons of different server connectivity options. I know that Henry was thinking about replacing it with something that was specific to what the scenario required, instead of giving them 100 different ways to try to connect to all of our other servers.
Yeah. I don't like that application running on there. I'd much rather just have like VNC server or like something super primitive that's only job
Yeah.
is to SSH in.
Bruh.
VNC is the cursed one. Yes, that's a terrible. Anyway,
I don't know.
it's a terrible protocol.
Using
But
VNC as
Oh
an
my
example.
word, dude. This
yeah,
is
but what
wild.
if you look in the scenario? It has some requirement that they have to meet, and they do not need MOBA term to meet that requirement. It's kind of like saying you're going to need a way to get downtown, and so somebody installs every known automobile, car, airplane, ship, and bus. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, if at all possible, I would love to just uninstall that and just let them SSH hop or something like that.
Well, yeah, look at the scenario, install something first that meets the requirements, then get rid of MOBA and document it. That's what
Yeah.
I'd say. Fix it before you break it.
Exactly.
what I mean. Yeah.
They have installed on this thing.
Does anybody know what the DNS notation is for the subnet?
I think it's /24.
Okay, that makes sense.
You think?
Yeah.
Exactly. Kaizek,
Good
I
guess.
was just channeling Kaizek. Kaizek was thinking, you think it's 24?
This is very suspicious. On this Windows laptop, they have installed iTunes. I
Well,
like it.
Hey, let's go.
I'm going to uninstall iTunes because it's not explicitly needed. Or, yeah, I'm just going to uninstall it.
excuse me.
All right, so Octoprint can connect to the proxy, but the proxy cannot connect to Octoprint?
Firewall issue on the Octoprint.
It is not, actually.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I think that you are wrong, sir.
It's a proxy issue on the Octoprint. It's an Octoprint issue on the proxy. It's an proxy issue on the printifier.
That was a lot of words.
Yeah.
None of which made sense. Thank you very much.
Oh, man.
I will give you that. I will give you that.
I feel so old. Holy crap. I worked a 6 hour because I worked a 6 hour shift yesterday and now my back is hurting so bad. Also now my legs are
You're too
hurting.
young to have back pain.
Well, tell that to my back pain.
Back pain, you're too young to be feeling yourself.
You're too young to. All right, Isaac, that was not okay.
You know what else isn't okay?
Okay,
What?
I gotta say I'm pretty curious now. I don't remember I don't know what you're referring to.
Your mother.
Oh,
Okay. All right, Isaac.
Where did
This
we
is
go
fine.
wrong, Chad?
Where did we go wrong?
Oh,
Right. Isaac, I'm going to configure the firewall on the Windows client and the Windows laptop.
okay.
Because I'm assuming that you don't know how to use PowerShell.
I don't know how to use Windows. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, not shocked. Mr. Cube's OS.
Yeah, I use exclusive, like the most advanced I fixed it. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. It works.
Nice.
Oh, that's satisfying, dude. It only took an hour.
Okay, I was just
Only
about to
an hour.
ask that. After an hour, Isaac finally managed to make his firewall settings work.
All right, so it's using a virtual serial port. Very cool. Oh wait, that means I can lock away its connection. Okay, that's cool. I can do that. Very nice. Alrighty. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful. Let's save these firewall rules. Alright, where do the files get saved? Where do you save IP tables rules?
At your mom's house.
To the server.
No, it's at your mom's house.
Thank you, Tristan. Very cool.
You're welcome.
Sudo t etc IP tables. I need to make that directory. Wait,
This
hold
has
up.
me kind of concerned. I'm currently disabling every single firewall rule on the Windows laptop, and it's taking at least 10 minutes. How many firewall rules did they make?
What? You're doing what?
I'm overriding all of their built-in firewall rules
Because why?
because I'm going to allow every single connection to anywhere as long as it comes from the local subnet.
Ooh.
Then I'm planning on then specifying like allow SSH from anywhere, allow RDP from anywhere, as specified in the docs.
So by default, Windows, I will back you up and have your back with your decision. But by default, Windows blocks, it only allows in ports that it thinks it's going to need, right? And if the red team sees a Windows firewall, if they get control of one of our servers and then they do Nmap or something and they see a Windows server with every port open or something like that, with a really weird configuration, that's going to catch their attention for sure. There are a lot of firewall rules by default. So this is an approach I don't think I've ever seen before, Tristan. Did you do anything to make this step reversible if we decide to reverse it? Because you can't just enable them all. Some of them were not enabled by default,
Yeah.
I think. I'm just
Thanks, Edward.
curious.
Yeah, I see it. Gosh darn it. Well,
It's fine. If we do this this is the learning competition. if you wanted to do this in the April competition, I think it should be a team discussion. So that's a pretty big change. That's all.
There we go. Oh yeah. Well, there's a very easy way that you can actually just reset the Windows firewall to its default configuration.
All
It's
right.
not available in PowerShell, but
Cool.
this is a GUI task which can be easily configured. But yeah, typically I've done that. I did that setting as well. I think that we did discuss it, and that's what we ended up moving forward with last competition. I think the
Okay.
high school one.
Oh, look at that.
And-
Restore default policy. I didn't know that was there. Today I learned. All right.
Yeah.
Keep going though.
Yeah.
I interrupted you.
But yeah, that's typically my default firewall configuration, because I don't really care by default. I don't like keyword by default. I don't really care what I don't really care what connects to my virtual machine, as long as it's from the local subnet. Now, of course, if they were to hack SSH on the FTP server, they could then lateral around the network fairly freely and exploit any vulnerabilities. But by default, I don't want my policies. I don't want anything accepting connections from the external environment or from the internet, except for those that are explicitly stated. After that, I'll then mash down like this here doesn't need to be running, so I will disable this. But as a catch-all, just in case, I will always do that.
Well, you can tell. Yeah, it's interesting. You can you have different policies for local network versus domain versus whatever they call the other one. That'd be interesting. I'm gonna immediately catch flack for saying this. The reason it makes me nervous is that a default configuration patched Windows server is possibly the hardest server to compromise. I'm waiting for Isaac to throw things at me.
Throw things. What I am
No.
in the middle of writing firewall rules. I did not pay attention.
I just told
Isaac is in
Tristan
the zone.
that a patched Windows server in its default configuration is possibly the hardest server to compromise.
I am not going to disagree with you on that. Windows has
Yeah.
some of the most sane defaults.
Yeah, and so if we change those, I'm wondering if the same thing would be to when we get a Windows server is to click that button that says restore default policy, because I bet they wouldn't have gone so far as to change the default policy. Not in the high school
I think
competition.
that would be the magic right there. Yeah, I would agree with that.
So that would be, but like I said, if not only for paranoia's sake, maybe, but I don't like I said, I don't want Windows API. I don't want like the NetBIOS TCP port being from outside our subnet. Like when I say I only want I only want boxes that are running on our local subnet to be able to interact with that. Like I don't.
So
yeah,
we
like,
can
it's
put a
perfectly
rule,
fine.
right? You can put a rule at the top of the stack that says if it's not our subnet, we deny it. And then if we want exceptions, we can put rules ahead of that say unless it's 443, then we'll take it, or something like
Okay.
that.
That's
Right?
that's
Yeah.
a solid idea actually.
Yeah.
I like that.
So
Are you wanting me
this has
to
been
actually? Well,
Go ahead.
are you wanting me to implement that on the Windows laptop and Windows client?
right now, I think that my main goal is for us to have really good conversations like this one, so that we're kind of better positioned mentally or whatever for the April competition. So whatever you want to do, you've got good ideas in your head now, and I know what you're thinking, which is, I know better what you're thinking. You kind of know better what I'm thinking. Isaac didn't explode when I said a patched Windows server is pretty secure. We've talked about that. That's why they never let us. They're like, oh, just go ahead and install your own Windows Server 2023 or whatever the current one is and patch the heck out of it. They never let us do that, right? So, I'm for this competition. If you want to try something, this is the competition to try it in. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because it's just my best guess that we won't quite be up there with Iowa State, Kansas, and the Kosovo military on the scoreboard. But or the Kosovo university students or something. We saw how good they were a couple years ago. The Kosovo guys. Iowa State wasn't there. But so this is a learning, right? This is just we do stuff, we learn stuff, and end of the day, if there's one team underneath us on the scoreboard that was trying, that's a victory. So we were middle of the pack last time. That was pretty cool. So that, I mean, I just want to free you up to, I want you to try to do something that works, but if you want to try something, go for it.
True.
And I think the sanity test here would be if the less Isaac mocks you about it, and then I think the more okay it is. We'll put it on him.
The less Isaac mocks you about it. I like that.
That's great.
Well, Isaac, why did you find that so funny?
I didn't know I could be used as a metric for how bad an idea is.
It's a rule of thumb. I wouldn't call it a metric. It's a heuristic. But yeah.
That's
Learn
fair.
something new
That's
every
fair.
day.
All right, I'm gonna change the SSH port to 6969.
We would have to specify that in the white docs or in the green docs,
Green
though.
docs, yeah. Oh yeah, we
Take
got to
note of
produce
that.
documentation. Yeesh.
Oh, actually, Isaac, we actually cannot do that because their
We
service
can't.
scanner. Well, because they
Oh.
have a.
Oh, it
scanner
does
that's
specify
called-
port 22, doesn't it? I'm a silly
Believe
boy.
me, that's one of my least favorite things about this competition. The fact that you cannot actually change any of the default ports because they have a service scanner that will periodically basically just send TCP SYN requests or UDP ports, UDP packets to the ports that they specify. And if those packets get denied, if those datagrams get denied, then you lose points.
Sounds
Right,
like we
what
need
is this
the
team
security
viewer?
through obscurity talk again.
What is
Yeah,
this team viewer?
Oh, I have no idea.
I'm gonna set the
Okay,
theme to dark.
Yeah, there's a good reason we can't change the port from 22 to anything else. Security through obscurity is not a good way to do things.
Security through obscurity isn't security.
It's not
Hmm.
Hey, I'm
security, it's
having
just
trouble with my
pretending to have
net plan.
security.
Is anybody willing to take a look?
Say that
Security
again?
through security is security,
Oh.
My
but it's
net
not
plan?
secure.
Is
Hey
anybody
guys,
willing to take a
Kazik
look?
has a real. Go ahead, Kazik. What was it?
I'm having trouble with my net plan. Is anybody willing to take a look?
Yeah, I'd be happy to look at it.
Hmm.
Yeah, and obscuring the ports will slow down the red team about 0.
Okay.
Something approaching 0. They'll just
I'm
have to
gonna pull up
change their
the docs.
nmap to scan more ports, and in the meantime they'll be looking at somebody else's, so they'll be literally spending no more time on you than they would have otherwise, because they'll just be doing something else while nmap finds your services.
Okay, the
Ah.
doc.
Chris, do you know if the VPN's working?
I don't, but let me check.
Okay.
Because I would like to check. I tested the laptop. I restored Windows default firewall configuration, but then I added my own subnet port restrictable onto the top of the list. But I don't know if that's going to work at all. So I'm just wondering if somebody can just
What
send
is
a
this
test
team
packet.
viewer? What is your purpose for existence?
TeamViewer is pretty
Um,
good, but it's there's another one called Machines, Simple Machines, or something like that. That's pretty good.
Wait, hold on. Is it TeamViewer host or TeamViewer client?
Oh, can you see my
Host.
screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Everything looks in order. The gateway might be wrong, but everything else looks pretty good. Yeah, that is our subnet that you're taking there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the gateway is just has to be the same as your address, but it just has to be .254. Aside from that, like the configuration for everything else is perfect.
Oh, we need both an RDP and VNC server. Good grief.
Okay, Isaac. Actually, I don't think that we do. I would double check the docs on that, but
I'm
don't
reading the
think-
docs right now. Prusa Slicer needs to run on RDP. Administration needs to be done over VNC.
Gotcha. That sucks.
And then you're also gonna, yeah, so it's just the same as your address there, except 254.
Okay.
And then you're gonna want to set the addresses
Oh.
under name servers to the same
Hold up.
thing. So
I think
no,
RDP
254 instead of
clients can
70.
be handle over X11 forwarding.
What did you say?
So instead of 70, you're going to put 254 on that line.
Oh wait, I don't think I have X-Wayland on here. I don't want to deal with X-Wayland. No, thank you. All right.
I'm looking at the VPN, Tristan. I'm getting an
And
error.
then going down under name servers, you see that addresses.
Yeah.
You're going to want to replace the one in there with the one you just made.
So on the name servers, it would be one.
No, so under addresses under name servers.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and
Wait, hold up a second. Oh, dude.
What did you do, Isaac?
I didn't do anything. We can't RDP, dude.
here. Where is vSphere? There's vSphere. I'm in the wrong vSphere.
Isaac, why do you do so much complaining about
Okay, here,
Windows?
I'm gonna
What the
hop
heck?
in there. Yeah, hop in there, Isaac.
What do you mean, what the heck?
The CDC user is not an administrator.
Where?
The
From what
heck?
box? What box?
Where is our?
Oh, it's
Where
okay.
are
I'll just sign in
machines?
as a domain
Oh,
admin. It's
there
fine.
they are.
Oh,
And
do you
here's
wanna?
ES1.
Do we want to set up Active Directory on Slicer? I'm looking through it, and we would probably benefit from its presence.
Hello. Yep, this is working. Sorry.
So Tristan, you know a thing or two about Active Directory.
Yes, I do.
Would you like to come over on Slicer and set up SSSD?
That looks perfect.
Oh, Isaac, please
You
no.
can go ahead and save and exit.
So does this look right now?
Don't worry,
Yep, that
I
looks
got it.
good. You can save and exit here.
All right, give me a second.
And then do sudo.
Hold up.
Oh, you're already
I have a-
root. So net plan apply.
I have a horrible idea.
Isaac, what is your horrible idea?
Oh,
So my horrible
well, that's a
idea
cyclical
is
requirement.
we need to be able to access Prusa Slicer from Xorg
Oh, wait.
via RDP.
Oh, that makes it. Okay.
But
So you set
only a
that.
particular set of, so my idea is that we run it in a CRUT.
Hmm. Oh, for
That-
freaking incorrect password.
Jeez.
Jeez.
Here, I'm gonna ping Google here.
Seriously.
No, because DNS is not liking us.
What's your DNS server?
I have no idea. And SSH. Yeah, the DNS. I don't think there's a DNS server set right now.
Oh, well, that'll do it.
see, where is the DNS?
What are you talking about? Incorrect password. I know that that's the right password. This is concerning.
Unreachable. Okay.
All right. So
So, what is? I have
All right.
no idea what's going on here. It
All right, what
just
am I looking for
won't.
here? What is?
It won't connect to anything.
What's the password for FTP?
Okay, so we got.
Hey,
I'm gonna
wow,
compare
it's the
this with the one in
FTP
my
server.
notes.
then the name server address should be, instead of .254, it should be
Network
.10.
Ethernets. Oh, okay. And so ENS 192. Yep.
Oh,
This
Oxel.
is correct.
So instead of .254 for the addresses under name servers, it should be .10. .254 is a gateway, which I don't think serves. Yeah. There you go.
So this
And
one's
then under
254.
Yeah, exactly.
And that one's 10.
Yeah, exactly. Just like that.
That kind of
However,
makes sense.
However, what's also kind of concerning is the fact that when you applied it, nothing actually, like, you didn't have an address on that interface.
It looks like I have a IPv4. Oh, I need a restart.
Maybe. I mean, I certainly hope so. Otherwise, they might have replaced your default net plan binary with their own, and they might
This
just
is
be
a fresh server.
Oh yeah, that's
Admit.
true. It is. That's annoying.
So I gotta.
All right. What are you
It
doing?
is Debian rather than Ubuntu, which might be
Uh-oh.
kind of throwing us off, but that's the only thing I can think of.
What did you do,
Ruh-roh.
Isaac?
I put in the wrong IP address.
Oh,
Ha!
okay.
Who do you SSH into?
.20 FTP server. Wait, why are you SSHing into the FTP server from Slicer?
Don't worry about it.
I think he's
Why?
testing if he can.
What are you doing? You boggle
Stop
the
worrying
mind,
about
sir.
it so much, Tristan.
You boggle
You
the
worry,
mind, young
you worry
sir.
too much.
You worry too much. When it comes to you, you're darn right.
You worry too much, you worry too little.
Exactly. Also, Isaac, SFTP, remember, uses port 22. What you're
Yeah, it works.
looking for is port 21.
So here's the cool thing about SFTP. You can change the port.
How do I
Wait,
cancel a
cron
start
checker?
job?
What is that cron checker on the SFTP thing? That's very suspicious.
Okay, what's the difference of FTP and SFTP?
Encryption and the port as well as the protocol.
SCP and SFTP, and there's FTPS.
Yeah. SFTP versus SSH's FTP are completely incompatible. They are they're like they don't even use the same protocol.
They're just different.
I have no idea what you're
protocols.
talking about, Tristan. SFTP uses FTP under the hood. The only difference is it uses SSH.
Yeah.
We
Well,
have a
SSH's
login
FTP
for this
thing,
server.
like SCP or whatever it's called, that's completely incompatible with FTP.
They
Or
just
at least
they
last time I
both
checked.
use SSH as a transport. That's about it. I mean, underneath the hood, they're different protocols, right?
Okay, are we positive? CDC other user.
Oh, well, it's looking like What does Windows client use for its FTP client?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm gonna hop into Windows client and see what they're using.
For
What's the
FTP?
password
Well-
for the Windows? Hello.
This is me, Isaac.
Hello, Tristan.
I'm trying to remember what the password is for this administrator account.
Do you want me to go check the docs?
Well, I thought that I knew what it was, but it's clearly not working. Oh wait, maybe I'm just spelling administrator wrong.
Yeah, you are.
That's hilarious. Hold on. All right,
Okay, give me a sec.
is that right?
Yeah.
I've kind of like ruled it out.
All right.
If I think about it. It's like,
All right, is that right, Isaac?
I read a bit about it.
Oh my gosh,
what?
for crying out. Oh, no. This is the first time that the domain administrator has logged on to this Windows client. That's
Oh.
gonna happen.
Cool. Yes, mother. All right. Well, it's looking like we can use SFTP instead of FTP.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Let me
wouldn't you
check
have
here.
to? Yeah, I mean, you would have to change it on the client side as well,
Uh-oh. Here.
or the server, or on the server side, I guess.
1 second.
What have you done, Isaac?
By. So FTP.
Isaac is encountering some technical difficulties right now.
Can anyone else help on this? I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
NetPlan
Here.
will not give an IP address.
How peculiar. Here. I'm on it now. I'm on.
Sounds
Clever.
good.
Hey, let's go. We have FTP chat.
So I moved this config to an improper file extension.
Yeah.
We've got this other file, which looks correct, but it doesn't seem to be working.
hmm That all looks correct to me.
Yep.
Actually, I wonder.
Team viewer. What a pain. All right. Well, we got Octoprint.
That shouldn't do anything different. It might, but I don't think it should.
I mean, I don't think so either, but like, why is it not giving?
It usually doesn't give anything, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's still the same.
Trying to remember. There was a way to. There we are. Oh, I don't remember how to do this.
There should be a man page.
Yeah, there should.
When
Yeah,
in doubt, consult the man pages.
yeah. I'm positive that there was a way to manually add an IP address via IP, but I do not remember the way. This is the way. Oh man.
Oh,
Oh, there we are.
IP dash address.
Okay, that makes sense. You know, I'm so hungry, man. I could just go for a burger right about now. Like, seriously. I'm so hungry.
There's this magic thing called online delivery where
Online.
your computer can make you a burger.
That's great. Oh, wait, bro. My computer can make me a burger? That's nuts.
Oh yeah.
I can DoorDash, man. You know, in that, Isaac, as you know, in that blizzard, I legitimately thought, in that blizzard. Well, when I mentioned that I was currently shoveling my driveway to go buy myself a Mountain Dew, I did that because I was legitimately worried about me going out and like buying and like DoorDashing myself a Mountain Dew for like $20. So I just figured I might as well just, wait, what the heck? Is this you, Axel?
Yes, you forgot to add her.
Oh, okay. I was super confused. IF adder. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. What is? Oh. Yeah. IF adder, and then 104.190.101.70. I don't think that I should specify the subnet. Uh, 192. Yeah.
Yep.
looks
It might be like you might
And
want
then what's
the
there?
dove path instead, but that does look right.
What happens? Wait. Hey.
Okay,
All right.
that almost makes sense.
Wait.
Now it has an IP, which means I can try.
This is it's a /32 address though, which is incorrect.
That's a good guess.
All right, perfect. All right, I just removed the address as it was a /32, not a /24 like it should have been.
All right,
There we go. Now we're grooving.
that looks right.
All right. Now I need to specify DNS settings though, and gateway and everything like that.
Okay, why wasn't this working in NetPlan though?
I don't know, honestly.
That kind of worries me because on reboot, this is going to reset.
Yeah. Which net plan? Wait, that's Teams. Where's my server? Where is my server? Oh, here we are. Okay. What if we do generate? Well, yeah, well, whatever. It's not generating one.
It might have generated over our previous 00.
Yeah, true.
Nope.
Nope, it did not.
Okay.
All right, it is using
Libraries,
X, Y lambs.
binaries. I'd pipe to less.
Examples: Etsy lib netplan generate.
What's the generator thing? Yep.
So there's something in Snap. There's also something in Etsy share, not user share. Yeah, there's user share, but those are the binaries though.
No, user. Yeah. Wait, NetPlan is Python based?
Apparently. Hmm. Yeah, that's yeah, I don't know. That's very confusing. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here that sticks out to me. This is super strange. So on restart, this will all break. We have that net plan. Hmm. Sure. That right?
No, because the file doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. I'm creating another one because on Stack Exchange they said that yeah, they apparently the contents of the netconfig.yaml one
Yep.
basically just has to be like very limited. What the heck? Like, I don't know. I don't. So like something along these lines.
So I have a question, guys. It says that it must be accessible via RDP on the local machine. Does that mean we need RDP? Or does that just mean that you have to be able to access it?
What is it? What's it say exactly? What has to be available?
So Slicer says that Prusa's Slicer must be accessible via RDP on the local machine.
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Oh, come on.
What did you do, Isaac?
What did you do?
There's an arbitrary code execution exploit in the slicer.
I'm not shocked. There are always code execution exploits in vital system processes. This is the way that the CDC works.
It's good.
What?
It's good news because you found it.
The application in the security competition isn't secure.
It doesn't sound too.
Oh my word, dude. This is just... Do I need to update Prusa Slicer then? Or do we just run it in a crute and not deal with it?
Can you modify
Chris,
it?
actually, what if we fired up Nessus on the Elasticsearch box?
Ooh.
Yeah, I like it.
I
Or-
like the way this man thinks.
Do we have the source code for Slicer?
Prusa Slicer 2.6.1.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Is it a commercial thing? Is it an open source thing?
It's based on an open source slicer.
I'm just saying, can we get rid of the offending vulnerability by patching or by changing the code?
Don't think so. Prusa does not. It's not open. Oh wait, nope. Hold up.
Can it be patched?
I found the source code. We are a whole 3 versions behind latest.
There you go.
Isn't that
But-
just stupendiferous?
But yeah, we should run some. Last year I think we ran SemGrep for static code analysis. And we might have run Zap, right? From the public side of the web pages to look for things. So that's a fun thing to do.
I mean, do we update Prusa or do we patch Prusa?
Let's do a snapshot and then update it and then see if it works. Then if it doesn't, revert back to the snapshot and then edit the code.
Oh, dude, I don't want to edit the code.
Yeah, exactly. Like
But
none
only if
of us do. However, that's why
It was written in
first
C.
update.
I don't want to deal with C.
Exactly. That's why first we should take a snapshot and then update it. Snapshot just in case the update fails.
where did you find the vulnerability? Does it say
Vuln
what
Hub.
it was? What's that? Sorry.
I found it on ExploitDB and Volnmon.
Does it say what versions it's on and whether it's patched? Does it say what's required to exploit it? Like
It
like what-
does. It's inside of their it's inside of the format on their project management.
Is it possible that I installed the wrong image or something?
I mean, honestly, I don't really
Possible.
know. This is really strange. Etsy NetPlan just is not working. Well,
Personally,
all right, well,
I
know.
just
did you switch to NetPlan
don't like
from?
base Debian. I'd recommend installing. Could you install Ubuntu server maybe? That would maybe work. I don't know.
Wait,
Net-
this isn't a
doesn't
bunch of
NetPlan- Sorry. Go ahead.
It looked like Debian. I have no idea though.
Does
All right.
On
NetPlan
vSphere.
have to be enabled as a service?
It says on vSphere, it says Ubuntu Linux 64-bit.
Well, that's what you said you were installing. I don't know if that's correct.
All right.
Probably
It's
That's what
looking
the
like
guest OS says.
2.6.1 is vulnerable. Anything below it, but it looks like it was patched.
So there you go. If you look at the oh shoot, I'm gonna just not be able to talk well today. So let's deal with the fact that nouns are gonna be replaced by long descriptive phrases. But the database that everybody cites that has the identifier and that people use to talk about vulnerabilities. They also score these things, and as part of the score, they'll include how easy it is to exploit. So if we go to that site, after I remember what it is, unless you figure out what I'm talking about, that
Yeah,
gives
it's
us
on it's on exploit database.
Oh, yeah, that's a derivative site, right? So, but as long as they have that score and they have because there's a severity, if it's exploited, how severe is it? How widespread it is, which is basically, it doesn't matter to us because we have the software they're talking about, right? And and then the difficulty of exploit. So like if somebody can open a DOS box and not be attached to our server and type something and they take our server down, that's bad. If they have to log into our server, already be root and then build a blockchain application, that's not so bad, right? So that piece is important when
All
we
right,
think
I'm
about what
reading
we
the
want to do.
exploit. It's really easy to exploit.
Is it? Cool. So we definitely
Yeah.
want to patch. Yeah, given all that
Yeah.
info. That's the stuff
I'm
we want
looking
to
at it
look
with
at.
the proof of it's like as simple as just changing the config and putting a command in the config.
Well, hopefully they don't get to that point, but this will tidy it up if they do. Because it might
It
get
doesn't
to
seem to be RC, but it is ACE. Not ideal.
so we want to make sure that config file, that they didn't make it like world writable as an attempt to make this easy.
Yes.
Also.
It looks like though, according to the Blue Docs or the scenario, it needs the files for the Prusa workspace files need to be accessible by everybody.
But the config can be wherever it needs to be, right?
The config is stored inside the workspace file.
But that would be okay. I believe you. But still you'd want to, so this would make it more important to patch this. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Either
Good
that
catch.
or if we want, it looks like it doesn't have any privilege escalation
Okay.
at all. So it's looking like we can just run it in a crute and be fine.
Yeah, if you want to do that.
Does this distro have any True escape vulnerabilities?
22.04.
Yes.
It better not.
I'd
But
make sure.
if you root it, I don't like saying root. If you root it, sorry. What all do you have to put in that jail?
Oh, our kernel's like behind 17 versions.
That's why I'm worried here.
6.8.0.
Well, the first thing we have to do, right, is patch everything as far as they let us patch it. So if we haven't done that yet,
Well, I was gonna
in
go
most
through some of those.
competitions, patching gets rid of like 80% of the worry. So we didn't even talk about that. My apologies. We need to patch everything.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just update Prusa Slicer then, and then we're fine.
Yeah, unless they explicitly say you can't patch this,
They
you can
don't.
patch it. Sometimes they'll go out of their way to say you can patch the OS, but not change its version, or not change its major version or something like that. But usually if it's a supported version, that if it's not a end of life version, that means it's still getting security updates.
Oh, dang it. They only distribute on FlatHub. Oh, wait, that's actually huge. You can't get to FlatHub through the proxy? No, that's a big thing because that means that Prusa Slicer is ran in a sandbox.
But what
Okay.
protocol? What protocol does? Huh. So does it use like SSH to get its updates? Do you know?
No.
I
FlatHub
know it's
uses
in a
regular HTTPS.
Okay, that's good. And it's good that it's in a
Um,
sandbox, but you should be able to patch it, right? I thought at first maybe you wouldn't be able to.
I can't get an app image, but I can install the tarball and compile it.
But can't you do a normal it's so I don't use FlatHub, but isn't it kind of like I told you it's not a good day for words. Oh man.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
My energy is so sapped. But the thing that Ubuntu used, Snap, isn't it kind of like Snap and you can just say, hey Snap, update this thing?
So the way that it's currently installed is using an app image,
And you can't
which
just
is
tell
just basically
Go
just a
ahead.
zip archive of the application.
But if you don't it doesn't don't those images come with some management infrastructure? Because I'm just
It
worried,
does not for some
what if you
reason.
install it so it's not bound to the config? That's what I'm concerned about.
Hmm.
You'll snapshot it first.
Yeah, I'll snapshot it
Yeah.
here.
Give it a go.
I'll snapshot it, and then I think I'll try migrating it over to Flatpak.
Right. Flatpak I've heard of more.
Because then I'd like to see them try to escalate out of Prusa Slicer. I'd like to see them try.
All right. Well, all right. I gotta say, I'm kind of done trying to figure out why this Etsy net plan thing is not working. So I would just recommend migrating this over to Ubuntu, or a different thing, or maybe just using the IP command to generate the address instead of using NetPlan, because NetPlan I can verify sucks and is not working.
Oh,
Well,
I include
that-
in a little while ago, I created a doc on how to migrate to Network Manager.
Well, Isaac, I got to be honest here. If you want to, sure, by all means. But I'm kind of done trying to I'm kind of done trying to assign IP addresses.
Oh,
So, DHCP. Actually,
he can use DHCP on that box. You're talking
yeah, that's
about
actually that's actually a good point. I could actually just set up DHCP on the Active Directory server and then have it use dynamic DNS to then push it to the DNS server. So we could always use the same host name.
yeah, the client should register. Well, that depends on configuration. I guess you're saying you can force them to register, right?
Well, either the client, either I'll force the clients to register, or I'll just enable like dynamic DNS, which is just Active Directory pushing DHCP leases and host names over to the DNS server.
Yeah,
That
that's what I meant.
yeah.
That's
Which
you
I'm not.
forcing them to register.
Yeah. Which do they by default register, or do I have to specify that?
It's good if you specify it. It's an option on the client.
All right, gotcha.
Usually it's set by group policy, but would you rather set it by group policy or just set up the dynamic thing and have it happen, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the simplest thing would be to set it on the client, but you've got Windows and Linux client, for such a small scale. So if the dynamic DNS thing works, I think that's the simpler thing. But I don't know much about that kind of dynamic DNS. Whenever you say that, I think of like DIN DNS and Open DNS and stuff like that. I know it's a different thing. Yeah.
There we are. DHCP server. All right, there we go. I'm now installing the DHCP server. During the configuration process, it should automatically take care of that. So I'm going to assume that NetPlan is by default just indefinitely requesting DHCP leases, which is what I think is happening. It's not, but I don't know.
Oh, good.
So, yeah, I don't know. For now, Yeah, you can't really do much without the network thing, but holy crap. What is that?
Holy
System-
crap would be. Oh, never mind. I was going to find that for you.
Well, systemd.lognd on the Elasticsearch box is having a bit of issues.
Apparently, the journal socket just simply doesn't exist.
What the heck crap? What command did you run? I've
Did
never
he
seen that.
maybe did he maybe use the wrong image? I'm just wondering if he used the right image here. Actually build it.
What ISO is it actually?
All it says is Ubuntu Linux 64-bit.
Why don't you walk him through how you set it up, because I wanna make sure it's right.
Well, you want to know what image it is? There's an easy way to find out. Uname isn't very helpful, but where's the chat?
Oh, this is actually Ubuntu server. Well, I don't.
Yeah, it's Ubuntu server because there's a /snap.
Well, that
Yeah.
doesn't tell you.
There's
Do
4
cat.
different versions of Ubuntu server.
Do
Maybe
cat.
5.
Do cat and then /etc and then /star release star. And almost every distro has some kind of release file in etc. And it will tell you pretty much exactly what it is.
Yeah, this is seriously weird. Whatever. And coffee. Oh heck yeah! I forgot about that.
So I put that into the.
Get
I
more
put that
coffee,
little
goodness.
command into the Slack.
Can you say that again, Chris?
Yeah, I just popped it into Slack or into the chat.
Oh, okay.
It was hard for me to find the chat, but I did find it. You see it, Kaisik?
Yeah, I see it. Thank you.
Yeah. I think I've been on one Linux. Well, it doesn't work on my routers all the time, but I think it works on the distros that I use. Curious if it works on Arch, Isaac.
Anything can work on Arch if you have enough time to compile it.
So I wonder if there's a release file in etc.
Yep, Ubuntu 2004, which is the latest. Well,
that's a supported
here's the
version.
interesting thing. There's 2 different 20.04s in the ISO data store here.
Well, that's not a heavily curated data store.
There's one there's one that's desktop and one that's live server.
So I don't know what the desktop one would be, but the live server would be one, you can run off the image.
But the other versions are called just server, so.
Yeah, if you go to the
I don't know what's up
Ubuntu
with
site,
that.
there's probably options to download the image, the live image, or to download and install ISO. Maybe they're different. But
Well,
Iowa State basically will put an image there if you ask them to. Last year, they didn't have a usable Windows image of the right version, I think, for one of them. And I said, hey, can you please put this up? And they're like, okay. So, we could in theory, put up a booby-trapped version of some OS and then break a lot of people's scenarios and get ourselves banned forever from competing in one of these competitions again.
Okay, live server is just the file name. It's a weird file name.
Okay.
All right, Prusa's
Usually
slicer
it
works
just
with
means it's
Flatpak.
bootable. Yeah, cool. Yeah, live server means usually that you can boot right from it and run the OS as like a trial.
That makes sense.
Excuse me. I need to take a break. Talk to you later.
Adios.
See ya.
See ya.
All right, I'm currently
Bye-bye.
trying something else that I saw. I looked up Ubuntu 20.20.04 net plan not working, and then which gave me nothing because apparently I'm the only person on the internet that's ever had this problem. But
That's a bunch of crap.
yeah, well, yeah, I mean, of course, there's a overflow page somewhere, but whatever. And then eventually, I just looked up Ubuntu set static IP, and in Ubuntu 20.04, you can what they're using in an example is they're using 01 net config, not 00 installer config. So what I think is happening is netplan apply is reading the correct configuration file, but it's not using the one that we think it's using. It's using
Oh,
the
gotcha.
01 network config, which has nothing in it.
So you
makes
need to
sense.
reorder them?
Oh no. You just have to specify the network information in this configuration file, not the other one.
Oh.
Which
Hey,
is
Isaac.
Oxel.
I can't SSH to SLI.
What did you do?
Are you using the right IP address?
Yes, 101.30.
Did you
The user is
restart your
CDC.
machine? Would you like
What
to talk
machine
to
are you
customer
trying to
service?
SSH from?
I'm SSHing from my home computer.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that'll happen. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Oh, what's your IP address? I'm filtering to only the machines inside of our subnet.
Let's see. So it looks like I'm 10.8.15.74.
Oh, that's your problem.
It's not like I can change my IP through the VPN.
Well, I'm blocking the only SSHs that work are those that are owned in the 104, 109, 10. Oh, it's wrong. The SSH is wrong as is.
Yeah. What the heck?
Not just that, I can't even connect to do some work on the server.
Oh, you're fine.
I shouldn't have to SSH through another guy because that's a security risk.
SSH hopping.
What I have to do, I guess.
Yep.
Right. Talk to you guys later.
Wow.
See ya.
You abandoned the club.
Brother is literally bailing on us. My word. What an
Okay.
L.
I'm gonna go get some food. Bye.
Now we're grooving.
Okay, where are all my rules that I broke everything with?
System cuddle, daemon reload, return. What are you yelling at me about? Just frickin' work for once.
No.
All right, Isaac. All right, anime girl.
Okay. I'm trying to connect to SLI through FTP and it is not letting me in.
Yeah, it's because I deleted the firewall rule that let you in.
How am I supposed to SSH into this thing?
By getting good. Alright, try it now.
Failed to connect
It's
to bus.
starting to
No
work.
such file or direct. Are you kidding me? System cuddle's not working.
Oh, I see what I did wrong. Hold up.
Yeah,
I
I'm
screwed
on
up the
SLI
rules.
now. That was difficult.
Huh?
I'm on it now.
Oh, you are?
Yep.
Oh, it did work. Okay. I totally knew it would work. Totally.
Isaac, lying is a sin.
That's why I'm not lying. I knew it would work.
All right.
He knew it would work eventually.
There we go. There we go. It would work eventually.
Yes.
Now we're
So
talking.
now I'm gonna do IP tables save.
You know what? When in doubt, reboot the computer. What the frick?
All right. Hey
Cannot-
Oxel, can you harden SSH for me?
No, I have no idea what a hardened SSH would look like.
Oh, just copy over the SSH from ye ol FTP.
If you trust FTP, I'll do that. Do you trust FTP?
I mean, it's more secure than our current SSH solution on SLI.
That's a good point. Oh darn it! I need to update snaps.
Why are
How
you
is
updating?
this-
No, don't update the snaps. Do not update the snaps.
Do not update the snaps.
Do not. The snaps do us no good.
So do update the snaps.
I mean, if you do, sure. I mean, I won't stop you, but
How on earth do you update snaps?
Okay. What the frick? I cannot reboot this machine because it's saying cannot fail to connect to bus. No such file or directory.
wait, what? Where? Can you share thy screen, Tristan?
Think that it's already being shared. Yeah, it is. Well, my screen is not, but I will literally, if you're watching the shared screen, reboot, failed to connect to bus.
Ha! All right, 1 second.
Worked for me before.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
show
know.
you something really cool, Tristan.
Is
I'm
it
going
called-
to log in and I'm gonna do stuff.
Well, what did I do?
Some stuff.
Isaac, you're already root.
Okay. Well,
Force.
hey, are your firewall
Force.
rules one directional, Isaac?
Huh?
Are your firewall rules one directional?
What is that supposed to mean?
Snap is getting upset because it can't connect to the snapcraft.io whatever.
Oh yeah, I blocked that.
Why did you block
Well,
it,
we need
Isaac?
to update our software, buddy.
Okay, fine. I will give you output controls.
Isaac, what did you do? Are you having
Okay, the
issues with your
default
firewall
policy
rules?
for everything is drop. The default policy for everything is drop.
And that's
Wait,
a good policy, but we need to update our
including-
software.
Including outbound transmissions?
Yeah.
Why?
Okay. Here's the thing. All the backdoors use like goofy ports. If I block the ability to send stuff out those ports, then they can't shell us.
He's got a
Well,
good point.
Then you can't send HTTP transmissions because you blocked.
Okay, authorize
APs.
HTTPS. You can do HTTPS. Stop your
What
whining, Tristan.
I'm trying to do
Lord.
TCP right now.
Isaac, that's a bad idea because then you literally cannot do anything. SSH will not work because you can SSH too, but SSH cannot talk to you because outbound transmissions are blocked.
Hey, Tristan, guess what? I know how to authorize that. It's fine. It works.
It's fine. Oh, this is too funny. Isaac, you remind me of me the first time that I started messing with firewall rules. I blocked myself out of everything and everything just started failing.
Well, here's the difference between you and me. My solution's working.
Are you sure?
It's not. I can't snap refresh.
Ha! So it's not working, Isaac. Let's just clarify that.
I can apt update just fine, but I can't snap refresh.
Okay, what error is it throwing?
Dial TCP on port 445 connection refused.
Oh,
Okay, what?
Port
Who is it
445.
trying to talk to? What's the domain it's trying to talk to?
API.snapcraft.io.
Okay, I will give you permission to do that. So api.snapcrafts.what?
IO port 443.
All right, Kaizek, what's the login
443 you said?
for the
Yes, I
Elasticsearch
did.
box?
Well, the username is EKBN 8.
All right,
But the
try it
password-
now.
But the password's really long.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I would then kindly request that you then give me, that you then log in for me. I don't want to have to remember that long a password.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, Tristan, I'm going to try to set up SSSD.
Isaac, I have a script for this because
There you go.
set it. Yeah. So, Isaac, believe me, I would
I
love
will be
to
right
set up
back.
SSSD. Yeah, sweet. Thank you, Isaac. Yeah. So, Isaac, I'm gonna explain this to you in the shortest way possible. You can install SSSD. You can install all the necessary credentials and everything, but to configure it takes so long and it's so incredibly complicated. That's why I installed a script for this.
Okay,
So-
Oxel, on an unrelated side note, is Snap working?
Connection refused.
What to
I'm
what?
guessing this
What
error in the chat. I'm guessing this error in the chat because this is tiresome.
I'm gonna guess it probably has something to do with my firewall.
The odds are good.
That's a good guess.
What?
It might be that it's running as root, perhaps.
What? Hold up, that can't be right. Hold a second. Who added 20 20 firewall rules to output?
You did. I'm pretty sure
Okay,
you
buddy.
did.
5, 6, 6.
Unless there's
Okay.
more that you added than the 20 that were just there.
Slicer. All right, Isaac. When I'm ready, I can join these boxes to the to. I can join these
Hold
Linux
up.
boxes to AD.
We have bigger problems. We can't update Snap right now. So let's fix that before we start
I
adding
thought you said we didn't
more
need to update
firewall
Snap.
rules that give you the ability to do Active Directory, because we will need to add a lot of firewall rules to let Active Directory work.
We could
This
remove
is
some
too
firewall
hilarious.
rules instead
Wait,
of
hold
adding
on.
them.
Does Snap respect proxy settings?
I have no idea. Sudo snap proxy. Does that do anything? No.
Oh, 1 second. I'll fix it here, because that's the reason it's going to break regardless, because we don't have.
Oh. Okay,
Here, do
what's
you
our
want me to-
proxy server?
Delete this VM and just make another one with a new image.
Yeah, probably. At this point, that would probably be easier. Oh boy.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that, but I'm not sure. What the heck is what the issue is way beyond me. I could not tell you.
Does anyone know what the proxy is for our network here?
I got it.
You've set the snap proxy?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm running snap refresh. Downloaded.
It worked?
Looks like it.
Hey, look at that. I am competent.
Oh wow, that's
Let's
a lot
go.
of things it has to update.
All right, Tristan, knock yourself out. Get us Active Directory.
Wow,
All right.
snap is impressively ugly. I've never seen an update that looks this bad.
Well, it's Snap. What did you expect?
It's a single line and the progress is inverting the colors from left to right.
Oh, that sounds about right.
There we go.
All right. All snaps up to date. That's good, huh?
Duh.
Oh, shoot. There's flat packs installed as well.
Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about the flat packs.
Have you updated them?
Yeah, I just installed it.
You installed Flatpak, you updated your Flatpaks.
Yep.
Cool. I'll check that off then.
Yeah, we are cooking with gasoline. Then we'll get on Active Directory, and then we can set up users for SSH and FTP and your mother. I don't know.
And your mother. All right.
Why
No,
tried to
Veem.
use? Oi. Enough of this. Enough of this.
This is too funny.
We have Nano. What's your problem?
Because Nano sucks.
VI is way better.
No.
Okay, fine.
No, it's not. Wait, all right. Hold on, Isaac. Don't
There you
get
go.
your head. Don't get ahead of yourself. I hate Nano. This sucks. All right.
Oh my
What
word.
would you rather
First-
use, Tristan?
Alright, Isaac,
what would you
first-
rather use?
Veeam. First, I'm
You
going to
don't
go
have
take
Vim
a snapshot.
installed.
All right.
Alright, there
I'm
we go.
currently taking a snapshot of the machine.
Oh, that's why everything froze. Right as I was
Isaac, why are
installing
you running
Vim.
it? Oh, you're
I was running Vim! I was getting
Still
Vim!
Vim. Oh my gosh, Isaac. Oh my.
Here, I have Vim. Stop your whining, goodness.
Vim.tiny barely counts.
Hey, we should install graphical Vim.
Not
GVim.
GVim, no. That's
GVim.
that is a cursed package. I refuse
Alright.
to use GVim.
Pre-80. All right. Snapshot has been taken. Isaac, start praying.
I already chmodded it.
You did? All right.
I did.
Oh, GVim is in Vim
All right,
Tiny.
so-
That's nice.
So this just might take a long time. Running target sources.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
It's not an
okay.
error. That's all we care about.
Configured multiple times though. That's kind of disconcerting. All right.
Oh.
Hey, I built this. Keep your hands off, Palmer Shine.
I'm not. I didn't touch anything. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just wing this. That sounds right.
I'm pretty sure
Okay.
GVim
Wait. No. It's
is
going
part
to
of
break.
Vim
It's
Tiny.
going to break. It will break. We need to add the firewall rules. It's going to break.
What is breaking?
You didn't. All right, Isaac. For the love of all things holy. What
Okay.
the heck,
Just
bro?
stop. Let me fix it. I'm going to disable the firewall
Oh my
so
gosh.
it works.
You
Man,
shouldn't have to disable a firewall to make it work.
yeah, that's a fair point,
No.
bro.
Okay. Okay, buddy.
Just allow
Okay.
all that's going out. Just allow everything that's going out, man.
No.
This is hilarious. you can revert it and all right. So, however, seriously though, we're gonna have to do a lot of testing on your outbound firewall rules because we don't know what services are gonna be being used during the competition. What services are gonna be going outbound.
We'll tweak
So-
as necessary. It's really easy just to add a port that needs to be contacted. Okay, let me just check. Stop touching things. Okay. Stop touching things. Okay,
All right.
there we go. It should work. All outgoing traffic is allowed.
Please. Okay, what's the administrator password?
I don't know, dude. You're the one who typed it out.
I don't know it, or I don't remember it. Frick,
Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
Bro. Isaac
Bruh.
waving out the bruh.
Bruh. Okay,
It's a fair
Active
point.
Directory is you should like be cool. I'll plug it in. Okay?
You should be all right. Have you typed in the password?
I am doing that now.
You only get one shot at this, so if it's incorrect, that's it. Please.
Oh,
Hold on. All right, Isaac, do not touch this. It freaking worked.
I'm not touching
It
anything.
freaking worked. Wow. How? I did not expect this to work. There's no way that this actually worked on the first try.
No, you put it. Okay. Oh wait. Said it. Okay, good. It's an M. I'm like, no, that's an N. No.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Yeah, we'll just do. Please.
Who's running a gnome session?
It worked on the first try.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go.
Oh, I have never run this script from behind the proxy before, or in this type of situation, and it just worked. Holy crap! Did this just work? Oh my gosh! If I really hope that we just
got kicked
successfully
with my SSH connection.
To Slicer. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if it's to Slicer, that's because we just rebooted
Is that
Slicer.
normal?
Yeah. Well, we just rebooted it.
Let's see if we did it.
I just got kicked out of my SSH to Slicer.
Yeah, I reboot the machine.
So once this thing comes back on, there are two commands that we are going to run. It's going to be ID, then administrator at teammate.icdc.com. What?
Oh, okay. There is. Wait, the machines have DNS?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I fixed their DNS.
What? Why didn't anyone tell me this when I was setting up the firewall rules?
Because I thought that you knew. I fixed the DNS.
That doesn't mean anything to me, though.
Why does it? What do you mean that doesn't?
DNS is always broken, man. There has yet to be a single instance when DNS actually worked.
You are ridiculous.
You know what else is ridiculous, Tristan?
Your mom?
I was gonna say your mom, but you know. Okay, why is it taking so long?
I don't know. But like I said, just start praying. That's all that we can do.
CDC is no longer in the suitors file.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, on Slicer?
On Slicer.
Wait, hold up a second. What?
How are you on Slicer?
I'm SSH'd into Slicer through what is it? Is it FTP? Yes, I'm SSH through FTP to Slicer. I'm logged in as CDC, and CDC is down in the source file.
All right. Axel, can you share your screen? Wait, you're on FTP. Yeah. All right. Never mind. I'll just open that.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm
on
currently
FTP.
typing out the.
I created. Okay, there we go. SSH, not CDC. CDC will not work. The way that I built it was I built it so that way the only people that have administrator access are the people that are in the domain admins group on the
Wait.
domain.
What's
Which
the
would be
IP address of the Slicer, Oxel?
Slicer is .30.
104.190.30, you said?
Yep. And you can't SSH except from a neighboring server. You set
I
that
know.
up.
I love how you immediately
30.
go to sliding shade at me.
All right, so this will work. Wait,
Okay,
wait,
Tristan,
logged
log
in
in
as CDC.
via Windows.
Hold on, Isaac. I'm gonna stop you right there. Look at the prompt. It says root at FTP.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Okay, all right, never mind. I'm going to. Okay, I thought that you SSH'd in and then got sent to the root user. Like that's not good. Oh, frick.
Let's see. I'm gonna show you my kitty window here, and where is it?
Uh-oh.
What's the password for it?
All right, I got it.
All right, hold on.
Aha.
All right, there you go.
Is this working? Am I sharing?
Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Oh, mama. There's no way.
Guys, am I sharing?
Uh-oh.
Oh, frick.
Oh.
Come on. Come on, man. Oh.
Uh-oh.
What's the root password? All right, ID. It's in domain users, enterprise admins, schema admins, and it's in domain admins as well. What the frick? It deleted what?
Do you need help, Tristan?
It deleted the contents of sudoers.
Yeah, it's because you're editing the
that-
temp sudoers file.
Oh, goodness.
Oh. Isaac, why
Have we locked ourselves out, gentlemen?
No, nah. I created a snapshot. Also, I'm currently on the root user. No such user. What's the? How do I ID a group in in domain / what the heck?
Oh, I was helping you.
I don't believe that. What did you do?
Oh.
Where's the...
I don't think there's any tool that lets you get the group ID.
What's the password for teammate administrator? I can't find it. Oh, is this it?
What's a one-word group name in Active Directory? Where's AD? What did I do with the AD server? Whatever. Domain admins.
I can't find the admin password anywhere.
It's in a GitHub issue.
Which GitHub issue?
Literally like the first one created. So third page, literally like it's the first one on the list.
Okay, yep, I see that. What I don't see is this password for AD working.
Well, ask Isaac to type it in because I consistently got it wrong, and then Isaac typed it in the same way, and then he got it right.
I'm copying
wrecked,
and
nerd.
pasting.
Is there a plane in your background, Isaac?
Huh?
Is there a plane in your background?
Hey, he's at the airport.
Yes, he's currently at the airport.
Hey, you know what they say? Free Wi-Fi.
Free Wi-Fi.
He's currently driving a plane while working on cybersecurity matters.
That makes sense. Ah, okay.
He's got a
Customers.
pilot's
That's a security
license.
group.
Did you know this? It's pretty impressive.
Wow, impressive, man.
For a guy who likes firewalls, it's pretty impressive he has a pilot's license.
Would you like
Brand.
help, Kristen?
I can ID users, but I cannot ID groups.
Tristan, I'm going to do something that's going to help us a ton.
Disable the firewall.
Now check this out.
So this is a read-only file. Which box are you on?
Aha.
Wait, hold on.
Can you see my screen?
I cannot see your screen. It's just a big white page, basically.
It says I'm sharing. I don't. Is this the garbage Wayland stuff?
Ha!
What did you do, Isaac?
That's
What
wild,
did you
dude.
do? What did you do? Isaac, it was working before you it was working before you did that. You broke it more.
So at this point, I'm trying to connect to teammate administrator. Oh, did I forget the backslash? No, I did not. Do I need a double backslash?
I cannot see your screen.
I do need a double backslash. Yeah, it's not, sharing's not working right now. I do need a double backslash. Why on earth is that? Okay, I'm logged in now.
Oh, bro,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Isaac, it was working before. What's the password for root? Oh, bro, the password for root is still CDC. What the heck?
Lol.
The frick? All right. Curb. Who is sending broadcast messages?
Soxel.
For the love of all things holy, please stop. You are messing with my configuration files.
Not how that works.
Well, your broadcast message got sent into my configuration file.
Clear your screen.
80. Okay, so that's working. LDAP ID mapping. Default shell. Home directory. Use FQDNs. Pseudo providers AD. What if I switch that to curb?
To root.
Root. No. Bro, you don't know how to manage SSSD. This is a very, very delicate maneuver.
And then you proceed to break the entire system.
No. Who's
Uh-oh.
shocked?
Uh-oh. What'd you break?
No. Curb is probably just not a valid option. Sure enough. All right.
Administrator is not in the suitors file.
Yeah.
Who does it report it to? You ever wondered that?
What are you doing?
Isaac?
If you try doing sudo, it says this incident will be reported. Who does it report to?
AD.
DNS update could not resolve.
Huh.
Could not resolve. Scheduling, DNS deleting. Link local. Wait, din DNS. That's sus.
Your mother's sus.
Hey! Watch your mouth, brother. Man.
That's smart coming from you.
I want a Mountain Dew so badly.
That was thoroughly random.
Yeah.
I hate SQL. I hate SQL. It's a bad language.
Hey, I like SQL. Stop dissing SQL.
Select star. Where? It's yelling at me. It's yelling at me and saying I don't know what these words mean. It's
Stop
yelling and
crapping
saying,
on
you have
SQL.
no idea.
SQL is an amazing programming language.
I'm pretty sure SQL is case insensitive except for variable names, so I'm gonna try doing that.
Please don't, Axel. There are some things that you shouldn't do.
I've heard that's case insensitive except for variables. Do you think that works?
Oh,
Ooh.
dear me.
I think it would work.
Domain it's right there. Domain admins. It's specified in the configuration.
You also
Oh my
have
God.
denied for some reason.
Denied RODC password. Oh no. It's the group is denied RODC password replication group. So this is really weird. It specifies domains as domain users is one, domain admins, schema admins, enterprise admins, group policy creator owner, and then denied RODC password replication group.
That is the goofiest system I've ever seen, dude.
Well, that's because Windows can use spaces in their group names, and Ubuntu can too, but it doesn't know how to like display a group name with a space in it. So.
Oh my goodness, that's wild.
All right, what's a sample sudoers configuration file? Well,
the one that I fed in there should be fine.
sudo.conf sudoers.
If you want to edit sudo files, then no. That is a very dangerous.
Well,
this is a very dangerous game you play, Tristan.
Isaac, this is a read-only file. I can't edit it. Debug, set probe. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means, so I'm not gonna touch that. Permission denied. Just let me freaking read it.
I got you.
I know VI sudo. I'm just messing with you.
Oh,
What the heck?
you're not
go
rude.
to-
Oh, get wrecked, nerd. Oh,
All right.
oh.
You are such a child. Root domain admins. All right. What happens?
If he's a child, what are you?
An adult? Because I'm 18.
Not even close, dude.
I'm
Not even
legally
close.
18, man. What do you
Yeah,
want me to
legally
do?
18. Whoever said that
I
you
want
were an
you to
adult made a fatal
de-age
mistake.
2 years. Tristan, I want you to de-age 2 years right now.
De-age 2 years? Yeah,
Yes.
I'll get right on that. My bad.
See, that's the
Well,
issue
luckily,
here. You're
luckily
older
for
than
you,
all
age
of us,
doesn't matter.
and that's a
Because I
problem.
identify as an Apache attack helicopter.
That's great. Okay. What the heck?
Nice.
What did I do?
Nice.
Frick. Oh, this is okay. That was I said, why are you just staring at my terminal?
What do you mean?
Every single time I screw up, you somehow manage to always type like right then and there. Are you just staring at my screen?
You're the one who took. I was expecting you to like be done by now, and yet here we are.
Yeah, that's the wrong password. Yeah.
Okay, do you need me to do it, Tristan?
Who installed?
What's
I'm
the
Would you like
looking
my
at
help?
password?
Firefox.
Okay, what what is the password? Oh, for crying out loud. That's what I type out. Oh,
Did you put
no,
two
no,
zeros?
Okay. You should be cool. It's backwards. That's infuriating.
You're fine. Get over it.
All right. Well, I can't ID groups without IDing groups.
Oh my word. Here. Oh,
Is that a hash right there? Wait, what the frick? What? I opened a DuckDuckGo terminal. On my what did I do? I have no idea what I just did.
What is Choco.exe? Is that the chocolatey package manager?
Isaac, what was that?
I'm trying to type out groups, but it's not letting me. Let me type.
Okay.
Yes,
Why do you
Choco is the chocolatey package manager.
I
Whoever
wish.
asked.
Oh, welcome back. I want to type groups. Tristan, you are failing miserably.
Isaac.
Groups. That wasn't me. That was you. That was you.
What the heck?
Why do you keep putting a Y in there? How do you do that?
I don't know. Okay, there we go. That took way too long.
Oh my word, dude.
Are we using chocolatey on AD for anything?
And you call me a child, and yet you tried to run pickles on Linux.
That was
So I
objectively
think
funny.
they used it to install some software when they were setting up.
Well,
So if you run
used
Choco List or
List
Choco List
and,
installed, it'll show you
man.
stuff they installed.
Okay, list installed.
What are you trying to telnet to?
0 packages installed.
Don't worry about it.
Huh, interesting.
I am very concerned right now.
So then, how do I remove chocolatey then? Because I don't want a package manager with no packages installed in the system.
All right, 80 groups.
You should be able to
Look it up.
I think it can uninstall itself, or you can just go into the add remove programs thing.
That would definitely help. Add or remove programs. Yeah.
What are you trying to do, Tristan? I was working on Slicer, and now I can't.
Well,
Thou hath broken it.
what am I even trying to do? I don't know. All right, yeah.
And Chocolatey is not installed as a program, but as
What the
a
heck?
file. Okay.
What happened?
Axel,
Yeah.
go to PowerShell and type. Do you know some PowerShell? Just kind of go faster or slower?
I know some PowerShell.
So do you know
Oh.
the get
Oh.
command?
Okay.
Here, I'll put this. Let me find chat again, and here we go. Type this.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Hang on. I need to turn it into a command because it thinks I'm giving it.
Oh, well, that'll happen.
It thinks I'm giving it markdown. I gotta start over. I thought I was trying to bold things.
Well, I found Chocolatey.
Dang it. Okay. Run that. Oops. There's supposed to be a star in front of the hyphen. It's just pretty run that. Star Choco. Yeah. And there might be an
no results.
uninstalled Choco.
Yeah, there's no results.
No? Okay. And it's not in.
I found the executable in program data.
Yeah.
Should I just remove the directory?
Let me look at mine real quick. So I've got it
All right.
installed. Oops. So you said when you do Choco list installed, there's nothing at all? Not even Choco?
Let's see if I do.
Tristan, I think it's working.
If I do
How do you know?
if I do Choco list installed, we get Chocolatey version 0 packages installed.
Wow. Okay.
If I just do plain list though, if I just
yeah, you get a
list,
zillion of them.
all I get is 1 package installed, and that's Chocolatey.
Oh, so we can uninstall Choco using Choco then, I think.
Are you sure? Because it's definitely not.
So it should be.
Oh my word. Active
so
Directory is a gem.
Choco
No, Active
uninstall
Directory.
Choco.
This is what I mean when I say that.
It's
that this
Choco
part
uninstalled Chocolatey, and it looks like it worked.
Okay. So run the same thing you did before, like Choco list or whatever it was that showed you Choco. See what happens. Should be like, I don't know what Choco is, right?
0 packages installed, but the command still works.
Okay.
That's amazing.
And you're in PowerShell, not Linux, obviously, because this is a Windows package manager. Type which Choco and see which. No, you can't do that in PowerShell. That's an alias I have. Type get command and then, like we did before, but put -A and then put Choco.
-A Choco.
-A is just all.
A is ambiguous. Okay, all lists choco.exe in program data.
And is that still there?
Yep.
Okay, so you did Choco uninstalled Chocolatey?
Yep, because that's what the package name was when I listed.
Okay.
And it did uninstall, but it still
working.
Works.
Try getting out of PowerShell completely, all of the PowerShells, and then restarting in PowerShell, see if it's still there.
All right, Isaac, I think that this is actually just a Active Directory issue, because I looked it up and it said that it's an Active Directory issue. So I'm going to take
So that
their
means
word
it's okay. Well,
Which means-
I've joined you in Active Directory.
Well, who is currently on the AD server?
I'm on
Why,
AD
hello.
trying to uninstall Chocolatey.
Well, I am requesting permission to use ADSI edit.
Okay, well, my keyboard just stopped working, so go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yep.
All right. There we go. Let's see.
So how's it looking, Axel?
I've got Tristan using my ADSI edit to set something else up right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the heck. I do not understand. All right, you know what? Let's just do kind of figuring this out as I go here. Use users and computers.
Oh, there's Slicer.
Ah, that could do it. What the heck?
That wasn't me.
I don't trust you. Here we go.
If it was the mouse, it was probably me by accident. I'm gonna close this tab.
It's cool.
Yeah.
When you have the con again, Axel, in PowerShell, see what this does. Oops, I need to, what is it? No, I forgot. My brain is too small.
In case and backticks for command. And
No, it's,
yeah.
I just need to, yeah, but it's still bolded one time when I was doing that. I must have been in like, it's bolding this time too. Okay, fine. But,
oh wait, it has to be single. Why?
well, I know what I can do with this. I can paste as plain text. There we go.
Isaac, how's your airport going?
I mean, I'm currently torrenting the B movie right now, so you know how I'll be.
What is that noise though? The beeping and the whirring. It's like you're in a sci-fi, like a Star Wars sort of thing.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, it could have something to do with the fact that I'm running Teams through Firefox right now.
That's going beep beep.
So Axel, if that didn't get rid of it, the chocolatey docs say you can get rid of the folder. And so you want to get rid of your folder, but then also check what this points to in PowerShell. Do we need a $sign in there? I think we might. Sorry, I was haggling that together on my own. 1 second.
Yeah, I'd think you would put a $sign before the open
In
bracket.
front. Yeah, my bad. So in case it points someplace else, like in case they put 2 of them in there, right? So
I'd echo this, but then also put a $sign in front of.
you don't need to echo it. It's a object shell, so you just do that and it'll just print it. If you
I don't trust it to print it. I've known shells that'll take a variable and run it.
No, there's no run. PowerShell has a well-defined execute operator, and it's not there. In PowerShell, if you produce an object and you don't say what to do with it, it will look for the objects to string operator and run that. It will evaluate the string and not execute it because it's smart along trivial lines like that. And so the toString operator for a string is to be a string. So it will, trust me, this is universally known. So you don't have to do anything to this. Yeah.
So, Chris, you said that you can just delete the Chocolatey file from
delete the directory. So there's
Yep.
Axel found one at, where was it, Axel? C program files, Choco or Chocolatey?
It was like C program data chocolatey.
Yeah,
I think that
program
was
data
before.
is where I found it.
And then make sure in PowerShell that this little gobbledygook doesn't point to something else. And if you want to be really thorough, open the environment variables editor and get rid of that environment variable.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Or I can give you my impossibly arcane PowerShell script to do the same thing, but really the editor is better. So I had to steal that script from somebody else, and I attribute to them in my profile. Getting back to our ethics conversation.
Yeah, I love having my Vim script, my Vim RC completely stolen from people's Stack Overflow posts.
All right, Chocolate's been removed from Windows Client.
Thank you. So I need 2 backticks, Axel. In
No,
Teams?
single backticks. Double don't work, it looks like.
Okay. What I found is that singles worked, but if I pasted, it defaulted to rich paste. So I've got, I don't know where, I've got paste as plain text built in. Maybe it's from Power Toys or something. So I just did that instead.
Paste as plain text is Control-Shift-P in most browsers. Like
It's
pasting into a
Control-Shift
terminal.
Control-Shift-V.
Oh, hello, Windows laptop.
I don't know why I have that.
Oh my word, Tristan, this has your fingerprints
yeah.
all over it.
A PowerShell terminal?
No, a broken desktop.
Hey.
What?
No, I think it's just, oh my word.
What the frick? Yeah, that was not my fault. I don't.
What are you fellows looking at?
Restart the computer. Restart the computer, Isaac.
I'm shutting it down. Die.
Die. What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I just logged in, dude.
That's not all right. Well, clearly you logged in wrong because it's not supposed to do that.
I'm also gonna remove the chocolatey HTTP cache.
Okay, I'm gonna
And
join the
okay.
laptop to the Active Directory, I guess.
It already is joined.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh. Then why is the default administrator still available?
What do you mean? Oh, because that's the way that it works.
Oh.
Only domain controllers have their domain have their default administrator have their built-in administrator account deleted. Everything else,
Change
else
Windows
still
laptop's
has it in
default
there.
password.
Oh yeah, definitely.
As soon as it turns on. Because currently it's using a whole gigahertz of power, which is kind of insane.
Okay, that variable points to the directory I just deleted.
Please just give me access to your help docs.
No.
I'm not buying
So
a
then-
subscription to you. Why do I
You
need
must.
why do I need a subscription to Red Hat in order to read their forums?
Oh. What? That's crazy, man.
So then where's this environment variable editor?
Ooh, that could do it.
Okay, there's an uninstall script.
The heck? Something's
What did you
not
do?
right.
Tristan, it has your handiwork all over it. What did you do?
Don't worry about it.
I am worrying
Oh.
about it.
Don't worry about it. Why can I not type in the FTP terminal?
Then that's exactly why I'm freaking out right now. Why can't you?
You know what? I'm just gonna.
Uh-oh.
Sounds like a skill issue to me.
You know,
Uh-oh.
I'm just going to Control Alt delete the slicer and then force restart it. There we go. Now we have UI.
Huh?
Now we're grooving.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Okay.
What happened to the UI on Slicer? It's gone.
Yeah, it's because Slicer died. Because the GNOME can't run as root, so GNOME can't run.
Wait, why can GNOME not run as root?
Because GNOME is a hilarious piece of garbage that can't do anything right.
Has the default password for FTP changed?
Yeah.
It is not. Nope. I just logged into root on FTP as CDC. Root CDC.
That was so I guess it wasn't changed.
I guess not.
All right. Is there Chocolatey installed on here? There is no Chocolatey. Laptop. Very cool.
Okay, the reason I'm doing this though is to update packages, which is kind of hard to do on Windows.
That's so real though. I'm gonna go ahead and prune a few things out of the issues because I've done a couple things with Slicer.
Wonderful. Make sure you know how you took care of them.
Yes.
That way we can recreate it.
Okay.
What packages do you need to update, Axel, that on Windows that are going to be tricky? I've got this thing called
I need to update the
UniGet.
system. I need to update anything installed. I have no idea how to do a system-wide upgrade on Windows because that's not really a thing. It's a thing on Linux because you have a package manager, but
yeah, there are several package managers. I have this thing called UniGet that I install. I mean, you should run Windows Update, obviously, but there's a thing called UniGet that will check Choco and WinGet and PowerShell and Windows Update, which is a nice start. I don't always tell it to do all of the updates because I know I've got some that it can't handle right. Like it can't do Discord right, and it can't do my video software and my whatever you call it. My video software right and stuff like that. But it would help get you going. Let me see what it can do here. Just pulled it up. It's called UniGet UI. It used to be called WinGet UI, but then they expanded it to handle more sources.
Oh, you have curl on Windows. That's always nice.
That's a cover over. It's usually a cover. There is a curl actually. I was going to say
it uses a like open URL or some kind of.
Well, there's a curl.exe now.
Really?
I think is a port. But in the past, it used to use invoke
for Windows.
It used to use the PowerShell's invoke. I can't think of it. So anyway, if you install UniGet UI, it can do WinGet, Scoop, Chocolatey, NPM, pip, Cargo, VC package, .NET tool, power, and both 5.x and 7.x PowerShell. So it won't do everything, but you can configure it at least to do all of those. Some of which I wouldn't even think
What
of.
just happened?
Well, it turned 1 o'clock a little bit ago. Does that help?
Tristan, what did you just do?
Oh, nothing. I just refreshed my Active Directory vCenter terminal. Just
Yeah, the whole
just to
screen
see.
just flashed.
Okay, yeah. You're good. All right, so managing the sudoers file via Active Directory right now is not working until I can decipher as to what the group policy is. The groups are working, but right now this computer account does not have permission to read the groups, and until I can give it permission to read the groups via the Active Directory console, then I can't do anything and I can't fix this.
Okay, I can't paste or SSH into this server. What do I do?
Which server, Axel, did you paste that in someplace?
I'm trying to put these Choco uninstall scripts. I'm trying to run them,
Oh,
but they're all in plain text instead of in files on the Chocolate website. So
well, if you SSH to them over the VPN. Oh, sorry, this is Windows.
Yep.
Do we have SSH running on Windows? Probably not.
All right.
No.
We might have WinRM running.
All right, Isaac.
All right, nerds. What's up?
Unless you are planning on leaving pretty soon, I would like assistance on getting the GNOME GUI back up and running on Slicer.
Do we have a terminal?
Well, we have SSH access from the FTP box, but without X11 display.
We have X11 over vSphere.
Yeah, but why does X11, like, why is the GNOME session not launching?
Oh, it's because it uses Wayland. One second.
There's a couple ports you can open up for something called WinRM that would allow Axel to do remote management via something that kind of feels like SSH, so that he could paste in those Choco commands he wants to use. I don't remember the ports. Chad, do you use WinRM? You probably don't, because you've got better tools. So do we. But are you there, Chad?
Looks like he disconnected.
Yeah, let me see if
Isaac's still on.
No, Isaac and I are the same. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, I was double muted. No, I'm looking at his issue here, seeing if I can get it resolved. But no, it's been a while since I've used WinRM.
Yeah, it looks like we would need
I
TCP.
don't think I can get a GUI up right now, Tristan.
Yeah.
Hey, Tristan.
Yeah. What do you need?
When you did the firewall ports, how many Windows servers do we have?
We have 80, and then we have Windows servers. We have 80.
Oh, sorry. And then how many Windows clients? How many Windows boxes?
Yeah, Windows boxes. We have Windows Client, Windows Laptop, and Active Directory. The other three are all Linux.
Uh-oh.
How many of them have firewalls configured? Just the AD so far?
Oh boy.
I mean, how many of them have you
80,
touched?
Yeah, we have 80. I think Windows Laptop. I don't know about Windows Client.
Okay.
That's the wrong box.
What's the IP for Windows Client?
Oh my.
Windows Laptop is up and running.
I want
Is
to
it
test something.
Windows client is .40.
Why do we have a VB script file?
Well, it depends what it's doing, right?
It's
Alrighty,
running
I gotta
Nozilla.
get going. Tristan, I hate to leave you in this spot, but I cannot
Okay,
whatever.
FTP on SSH.
All right.
I'm sorry, guys. What's our subnet? Oh, go ahead, Isaac. Sorry. I know you got to go.
If I can get into it. Yeah, I can't super user on Slicer.
Oh my goodness, someone
Are you
hid
sure?
remote access.
I mean, I could just be doing it wrong, so that is always an option. I could just be doing something horribly wrong.
I mean,
but
I'm just. I think that I just got there.
oh, good. All right. Well, with GNOME, I don't think you'll be able to launch GNOME until you can access it without using SSH. I don't think X11 lets you start over SSH, and I know Wayland doesn't allow that.
Well, not the whole desktop, right? You'd have to do X11 forwarding and have a local X server. That's probably the
Yeah, you would need to configure X to not run as root.
And you'd have.
Why does X not running as root matter?
Because if it's trying to run as root, it's trying to use a user that's Active Directory is giving a really hard time to access.
It shouldn't be.
I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, it's using Wayland, so that could be the problem. We're trying to launch it in X11, but there is no X11. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's using X-Wayland for compatibility, is what I saw.
Wayland.
So, well, I'll see you guys around. I gotta get going though. Adios.
Okay. Yeah.
See you, man.
Yep.
Hey, see ya.
See you later, man.
So did you say I'm sorry, but did you say the Windows client or laptop was .60 or what was it? Sorry.
The Windows client is, the Windows laptop is .50. The Windows client is .40. But I don't know.
1540.
Yeah.
You don't know if they're running or what?
Well, I know that they're both running, but I don't know what the firewall options are on them.
Well, I'll check that out. Thanks.
Do you guys mind if I share real quick? I'm a little further. I've got the IP address for NetPlan as attached to the interface, but I just want to verify. We got the right information here, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
I know you guys can see my screen. We weren't through NetPlan on the prior image, right? We didn't see, like, if you guys did an IP space A, like, you didn't see what I'm seeing here, where the IP address is attached to the interface, right?
Oh, you mean when they were trying before?
Yeah, on the
No, I think
image,
this looks right.
Yeah, this looks right?
Yeah.
But I still can't communicate out. So, like, I'm just trying to ping the gateway, that's what I want to verify. The gateway is 104.190.101.254, right?
Yeah. What's your IP? I just lost the screen. Sorry.
That's okay. It's a
Here
little
we go.
small for
I
me
found
too.
you again. You're
it's 104.
.70. .60
I think it's
pings for
.70.
me. Can you ping .60? That responds for me.
.60.
Oh, 141. Oh, maybe I'm on the wrong. 104, 191.
I gotta go, but have fun.
Okay.
Thanks, Axel. No, I can't ping .60.
Let me make sure.
The static I should have is .70, right? So 104, 190, 101.70.
Yeah, what's your route? And what's your where's your address? It says /24. Okay.
Yeah, so here's the config I've got. So I've got on interface ENS 192.
Oh,
disabled.
I don't think that's your route. Oh, I see. Never mind. Sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, routes to, which should be anything, right? Via, and then I wonder if I need to put the default gateway there, the proxy.
Well, it is
That's
the proxy, right? Isn't
the
that what that
proxy's
route?
one.
Oh, you put it down below, you mean?
I'm wondering if I need to put the default gateway probably here. Issue. I don't know, forward out. 254. And this should be name server should be what, 199. I don't have one memorized just yet.
Yeah. Not just yet.
Not 100.16.1. Right. 104, 190, 101, 254. Let's give that a shot. In 160 or 60, sorry.
Yeah.
No, unreachable. IP name.
Let's just do a double check. 104. Yeah. It looks right, unless there's another .70 someplace, but let me SSH onto something that works. Start to earn my keep here. Then we can look at what it looks like. Excuse me. Okay. So who's still on? Tristan, you still here?
Yes, I am indeed. I'm
And,
rejoining. Yeah, I reverted back to the slicer, back to the snapshot. Then
okay.
I stopped the sudo control via domain admins, which I shall now double check to see that it did not do anything.
So what's a
Okay.
what's a Linux box I can SSH to that has network connectivity on the subnet? Would
FTP slicer or dub. They
which
all
one?
do.
Which one are you not going to be using right now?
Dub.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Oh, that's 60, so I know I have access to that. Now I have to go get a password for that. Okay. It looks like a Michael Tice password.
And where are you guys storing the passwords, Chris? Is that
There's a GitHub. I would like to get them onto a wiki, but right now there's a GitHub issue if you search for passwords.
okay?
As
It's
they
okay to put them
change
out
them.
there.
What's
Got it.
that?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to put them out there in plain
It's a private
text or whatever.
repo. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay.
As long as the repository is not public, then whatever.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Yeah, so when we're done here, we'll post the passwords for the Elasticsearch deployment and
Cool. Okay.
SSH config. And you guys are VPNing in, right? Because I don't think Kaizek, you don't have VPN set up for Ice Age yet, right? Okay. You have to get that set up.
Yeah, there's you can get the file from the same place that has the documents for the competition, and then OpenVPN version 2, as I recall, is the only one that works for me. Let me double check that. Yeah, I'm still running version 2 on this. And don't forget to sudo, because if you don't sudo, you'll get an error, which I got all morning until I remembered to use sudo, that your cipher settings are, that you're asking for a cipher that they don't support, and you won't be able to change ciphers because you're not root. So it took me, it wasn't until I was in the shower I remembered, oh yeah, I got to use sudo.
After I get this resolved, maybe I'll look on that real quick. Kaizek here.
Hey, Tristan.
Yo.
I'm trying to SSH to www from the VPN, and I'm guessing at usernames. I tried www and I tried root. Neither of them worked with the password that I copied. Do you know? Can you help me? Do you know any?
That would probably be the firewall configuration then.
Okay, so I'm stuck.
Yeah, I can. Give me a second.
Okay, thanks.
That is not what I meant to do.
I got the right guy. It's probably going to be IP tables.
Yeah, so do not use the official OpenVPN Windows app. This will cause grief. Instead, use the community open VPN distribution.
Oh yeah, I put that out there, didn't I? That rings a bell. At least that sounds like one I read.
Did you try SSHing in as CDC?
As the user CDC, I did not. Let me try that. That works. Thank you.
Yep.
And with all the overtime and security stuff and being sick, I want to announce this is the first time I've logged into one of our boxes. This is embarrassing. I'm usually a little more available than this, Chad.
No, it's okay. I feel behind too.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see.
That.
Here, let me share back to you, Chad, and we can look at what this one looks like.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All I have to do is find which window. I think, oh, there it is. Cool.
That's why you take snapshots.
That is so weird. I can't get to openvpn.net. Just redirects me to Google.
What? That's, I think Isaac's been playing with your host file.
Oh no. Like I'm even searching. It's open. It's HTTPS openvpn.net.
Is it .org?
I don't think so. At least your link. I clicked on your link and it did the same thing, and so I did a search for it. And that's
Maybe it's being blocked by your firewall/ISP. Typically, pre-configured security doesn't like anything to do with VPNs, so they'll like redirect you to Google, redirect you if you even try to go to anything like
OpenVPN.net.
OpenVPN. Yeah.
Yeah, OpenVPN.net. Who's your ISP?
I'm on, so I don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't think they'd block it.
No. I'm just gonna try a different browser here. Try like Firefox or something else.
I did have somebody, a friend of mine, ask me to mess with their. He didn't ask me to mess with their host file. His wife, they were on their way to getting a divorce. They didn't know that at the time, but his wife was spending unhealthy amounts of time playing some online game and getting unhealthily close to people, in the game. And he asked if I could prevent her from playing this game because, she would agree, okay, I'm not going to play it. And then she would play it more. So I went into their host file and set up all of these host names to redirect to Google.
Guys, I don't know what you've been doing on the system. I cannot get to, even in Mozilla, it just hangs. Weird.
What kind of OS are you on?
So I haven't touched anything.
I didn't mean, I wasn't serious about Kaizik doing this. I just thought it helps wake people up if you throw them in the middle of a joke. Usually like, what did I do?
All right, let's see what that config looks like on your end.
Yep. Here we go. So this is one of the servers they provided, so I don't know. So they've got Docker and some, looks like a virtual Ethernet. Would this be part of Docker? Maybe? Don't know.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that is. Yeah, so it's ENS 192.
Yeah, this is the real virtual adapter. And so they've got this. They've got did you have a broadcast? I don't know why that would matter. They've got an alt name. I don't think that matters.
I believe I did, yeah.
But and then I pulled up my DNS. I didn't look at, this is, I think, authoritative if you ask this guy. And for that guy, he said, yep, it's this guy, which is the same thing you're trying to set up, but you could use resolve cuddle, just run it by itself and it'll tell you what's going on. And what was the other?
What's your net plan look like?
Now, see, there's something I forget how to do. I haven't done net plan for a while. Is it show or what do I just run it?
If you just look at Etsy net plan, you should have a YAML file in there.
So you just want to see what it, whoops.
Yeah, I want to see what the actual raw net plan YAML looks like.
So
it should be that 001. It's so small on my screen. Okay, so that was render network D. I don't have that there. Would you mind just posting that in the chat for me, please?
Sure. All these social apps use blue and purple and dark blue, and it's like they're challenging you to find their. This is not the right chat. Teams. Shared content. That's yours. Okay. Share this window set. It's this one. Yeah. Okay.
It's that one right there. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Let me just, you must be on an older version of Ubuntu. What version of Ubuntu is that?
Huh. 2404.
No, that's what I'm on. So, okay. Interesting. The reason I say interesting, it was saying Gateway 4 was deprecated when I did my net plan. Apply, whatever.
I always read deprecated as pretty darn stable.
Exactly. You mean it works?
Yeah, we're killing it
Okay,
off because it works. I don't think
Yeah.
cloud init is. Oh, I can't read. That's interesting. Oh, now I need that whole password again.
So I'm gonna try, because we know that's a working config on the exact same version I'm running, which is good.
Okay.
So
let me give it a go.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna give that a go.
Sure.
And I can find my mouse again.
It's funny. You get away from your normal work environment and all of a sudden you just can't find anything, you know?
Can't find anything. It's like I feel slow. Now the mouse really literally, there we go.
Okay, so this is the cloud init, just by the way. I don't.
Okay.
Cloud init
Yeah,
sounds
see, I
like it
tried to
should be a
comment
one
that out.
time. Yeah.
I tried to comment that out too as part of it. I'll read. You don't have, that's not commented out. It looks like it's
it's not.
Okay. All right, give me a few minutes here.
Sure. And this one says changes don't persist across an instance reboot. Unless you have this 99 disable network config. I think the further along you get in your career, the more quickly you go to this. Like, do we have one that works? Can we look at one that works?
Exactly. It's like,
can we do a diff? Can we do a diff versus that one?
Exactly.
See what changed? Yeah.
When you've spent hours and hours troubleshooting something for a comma or a space,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
And people say, why do they call it blame in GitHub? And you're like, you haven't been here long, have you?
Oh, that's funny.
All right. Oh, everybody start praying.
What are we praying about this time?
I think I just disabled sudo control via Active Directory on Slicer, but it is joined to the Active Directory network. Like it's joined there. But I'm not going to be controlling sudoers via domain admins. And then seeing, because when I did that, the GNOME desktop failed for some strange reason.
Okay.
So we're gonna try that.
See, this sounds like you're optimizing your learning experience here. So.
Well, currently what I'm trying to do is get Slicer to a point in which it's joined to Active Directory and works. And when I last joined it to Active Directory, it was joined to Active Directory, but it did not work. So I'm going to be disabling the part that I know for certain is not positively working. Then I'm going to take a snapshot, ensure that it's working, then put it aside and look at it at a later date. I can't spend all day on this issue, and it's getting really annoying. So reboot, hope that it actually boots correctly, and then I don't know.
Oh, they've disabled. They used to let us use the other client, whatever it's called, the remote console. It apparently caused resource contention, but it was a nice client.
Nope, still not working.
I forgot to pray. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
I can pray and you can reboot.
I mean, of course, if you want to, sure, but like, this is not a life or death situation. This is frustrating, of course.
Yeah.
But it's not like a life or death. Like, if this thing fails, then it's the end of the world.
I just read an article yesterday where Isaac Newton calculated that to happen in the year 2060.
Huh.
So just so you know, I'll be pretty old, but you'll be right in the middle of it. So,
well, Isaac Newton, he calculated what to happen then?
He said the world would reset. He didn't really say it would end. He said, and what he said was that it wouldn't happen until the year 2060. He said it might be after that, but he saw no reason from scripture that it would happen before 2060.
We also cannot predict the end of the world or the reset of the world either.
Yeah. So that's what he said. It might be after 2060, but he said all these people saying it's going to happen tomorrow said they're embarrassing and they're wrong all the time. He's like, look at scripture. And he did the thing where you take the 3.5 years, how many of our weeks that is, a time and 3 times and half a time and all that. And back then there was, I don't know how common this is now, but they did this thing where you took one of those days and turned it into a year. And then he went back to some historical event and did the math because, he was Newton, but it was just like arithmetic. And did the math from some historical point and strung all these different events and different prophecies together and landed at 2060. And he basically said, I wish all these other guys would shut up because they're giving Christianity a bad name because they're always wrong. It won't happen until at least 2060. He said it might happen after that, but I don't see any reason that it should happen before 2060.
And Isaac Newton can predict and understand what himself doesn't know.
Yeah.
He's full of crap. I mean, Isaac Newton is a great dude, of course, but Jesus said himself that that nobody but the Father will know. That means that Isaac Newton cannot predict it either.
Didn't know. I think the great thing about Christian prophecy is that every generation since Christ has been able to point at prophecy and say, see, we're getting closer. Our prophecies are good because we keep looking more and more and more like what our prophecies say.
Yeah, but like, that's the point of prophecies. Like, that's how they work, but that doesn't mean that happened tomorrow.
No.
It means that we still don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so display manager is still not working.
So which requirement is this? I've been listening, but not really.
Yeah. This is joining the slicer to Active Directory.
And what's the connection to display manager? Is that part of requirement?
That's what I'm confused about, because the connection like, display manager shouldn't even be affected by this Active Directory joining. Like, it should not matter at all, rightly so. But when I joined, whenever I joined the Active Directory whenever I joined Slicer to Active Directory, it doesn't work. Like, then whenever I reboot it, it just doesn't. Like, that's it. And when I reboot it, then it won't boot. Well, it will boot correctly. Like, all systems are going to be up and running. However, beyond all systems being up and running, it doesn't. It's difficult to explain. Like, the UI doesn't appear. It's just like it's a black screen.
So if I go look at the web console right now,
Well, right now it's working, but like
it is okay.
I'm gonna try. Yeah, but like, if I join it to Active Directory, it'll work. But then once I reboot it after joining it to Active Directory, it just, like, it's a black screen. You can SSH into the box and that works. Like, you can manage it, you can connect to it remotely, but the desktop itself is not working, which is very confusing.
This isn't
Right now-
necessarily likely, but it's possible that the web console might be coming up on the wrong terminal. You remember how on a Linux box, if it's in a normal like terminal app, you can hold down like Control Alt F1 or something like that, and Control Alt F2, F3, and you can switch. It's not TTYs, but PTYs, or you can switch terminals basically. And
Yeah.
the display manager just runs in one of them. So when it goes black like that, is there is it totally black, or do you get a text login screen?
It's completely black.
Okay. So we could jump from that terminal to a text login screen and see what's going on with the errors. Or you could just like try to Google this or ask your favorite AI, hey, when I join Ubuntu to a Active Directory, it goes black. What am I doing wrong?
Yeah.
But the thing I wonder about is it could be that just some service is taking a long time to time out. How long have you waited? Like, hey, I can see the password. That's weird. Oh, I see what you did.
Oh yeah,
I'm
trying.
That was
Yeah, this is a
intentional.
ridiculously
Yeah.
complicated password, and I
And
want to
you
see
can't
it.
paste. Yeah. Did you wait like a ridiculous amount of time, like 10 minutes for the black to go away?
I think I did once, but after that, I kind of just, you know what? I'm not. I gotta stop waiting here for like 10 minutes. I'll just reboot it and then change something with the installation.
Excuse me.
There we go.
Hey, Rosie.
You've got to be kidding me.
I found a web extension that can paste into these sessions, but it's awful. It works sometimes.
Screw you, Isaac.
Please don't make one of the passwords screw you, Isaac.
Oh no, of course not. His passwords are just too freaking complicated.
So back to Isaac and Chad. What's going on?
There we go. What the heck?
What I'm noticing is your name server and default gateway were different than mine, what I was told. So I am, but it still doesn't like the config. So I don't know if I'm working through. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's a YAML parsing issue, but it's complaining about gateway 4 is deprecated, which is odd. So I think I'm going to go back to my other config because that was working and plug in the right gateway and DNS information and see if that works. Give me just a minute here.
Yeah, and which of these services is the one you're using? Or which? Oh, these aren't services. These are like some of them are targets, but
yeah.
NetPlan, OVS. No, that's cleanup. We don't want that. So I don't know which. I don't know which service NetPlan actually maps to. Can I do this? Oh wow, I didn't know that worked. I learned something else today.
Routes.
Oh my gosh, finally. Holy crap.
Yeah? Did it work?
Well, the password worked.
Oh, I forgot what you were doing. Nice.
Yeah. Oh, I am not typing in that password. That is not happening. Oh my gosh, I have to. Come on, Isaac. Come on.
It's secure.
It's
Yeah.
too secure and I can't copy paste.
I saw it. I was
That's the
thinking,
point.
well, what if you could pipe that password from a file into sudo? And then I was like, that would be a really bad idea, I suppose, for sudo to be able to take input.
Oh my gosh.
Fast pass. Normally, well, you can specify an ask pass program. Ask pass. Careful how you say that. And I wonder if you could have a program that just echoes the password from a file. Right? Write a script that echoes hexagons or the bestagons, and then say that's your ask pass program. Because all it has to do is output the password to standard output, right?
What the heck?
That would work. This should work. It sounds like it would work.
What did they do?
I'm gonna test this. Along with the strong recommendation that no one ever does this.
What happened to the AD server? Is it up and running?
Appears to be.
Why am I all of a sudden having DNS issues?
It's not just because I logged on, okay? I swear.
Ping. Name or service not found.
It's not just me.
For fail. Oh, you got to be joking me. Well, that's not secure at all. All right. To 104.190.101.10 on port 53. I can connect to it. So that's good. There are no events listed. Well, when in doubt, restart it. All right. So now DNS is definitely going to be down, but it's only going to be down for a little while while the machine is restarting. Oh boy. In the meantime, let's see.
Oh,
Why did literally all DNS just die?
oh, God.
Is destination host unreachable? I can ping my local IP address. That's all good.
Yeah. This is a DNS issue here.
Well, I'm trying to. I still can't ping outside of my own IP address yet. Renderer, Ethernet, address 104.190.101.70/24 104.190.101.254. According to this, your name server. Name servers and addresses. Way 101.254. Address.
So DNS is working from the local box, but when you try and access the local box, but when you try to access DNS from outside, it starts failing. Hmm. Is it the gateway?
Gosh, I hope it is because I can't. Can you ping the gateway? I can't. I can't ping the gateway. I wonder if that's it.
I mean, if it's the gateway, then that, I gotta be honest, that's a massive relief.
Good
I
for me,
cannot
too.
ping the. I mean, I cannot ping the gateway.
Oh, you can't?
No, I cannot.
Oh, well, I can't either.
Okay, so this is not a DNS thing. This is their gateway just died thing.
Okay, well, I didn't know because I'm having all these issues with NetPlan, but I can ping my
Yeah.
local IP address, but I cannot ping outside through the gateway.
Exactly. Yep. So their default gateway just crashed. Well, yeah. .254 just crashed, which would mean so DNS is working. Every single service it's working the exact same way, but the boxes have no method of communication with each other or communication of they can literally talk to nothing because the gateway just died. So that's why DNS is not working. That's why nothing is working here, because they need the gateway to communicate with each other and the outside world, which is now gone.
No,
So-
that makes sense. So I think I'm probably good now with this NetPlan because I have an IP address bound. I can ping my local IP address and I get a response.
Exactly.
But I can't talk out to anything else.
Yeah. So your net plan it's all good. This is entirely their problem. So yeah, so I mean at this point we've been at this since like 10 a.m. for like 4 straight hours and their gateway's dead. So
I can use their proxy to get out. You can't ping out through the gateway. That just doesn't work, right? So, because pings can't be proxied. If you look at my screen.
Oh yeah. Like I cannot ping the proxy either. Like I cannot contact anything.
The 199?
Yeah, 199. I mean, I can try telnetting to their.
Well, look at my screen. I'm sharing my screen right now. Take a peek.
Sorry, give me a second. I typed the wrong command. For crying out loud.
Export. I don't have that HTTP proxy set up. So is there is there a config there?
There's documents on how to set this up. In our not in the competition GitHub, but in the normal one that Axel or somebody put out there. But if you just want it for the current user, you just do this. Apt has its, has to have its own settings. It's special. But then to set it up for everybody, you can put it in like Etsy defaults or someplace. But if you just want it for the current session, you can put it here. Apt still won't work, but that'll let you test it with curl. You should be able to ping inside the subnet.
Chris, what's your gateway?
You can't ping
1600.
Is it that same 254?
That's your sorry, that's Resolve. I'm sorry. Hang on.
Yeah, because I don't.
Yeah, it's looks like it's this guy.
254. Can you ping 254 for me?
Yeah, I can actually. Oh, or can I? I pinged that guy before, so it's help me out here. What's the first part of that? It's our subnet, right? 104.190.101.254. Yes, I can.
How come you can, but I can't.
You proxied in.
I'm SSH'd. I'm SSH'd from the VPN.
What box are you SSH'd into?
That shouldn't matter.
Dub.
Wait. You're SSH into dub. Wait.
Well, it says CDC, but it's this one, right? And that's dub, I believe.
So you're what? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know why it's host name. They just probably didn't change. They probably got some generic image that they pulled from a library. Here's a web server with X, Y, and Z vulnerabilities. Let's build from that.
Yeah, that does not make any sense. Dub can ping the gateway, but nothing else can.
So why is that?
I could not tell you.
ICMP blocks on the firewalls, maybe. Can you curl if you set the proxy settings like I did?
Let me try it. It has to be on that port, right? I think it was.
Yeah, here. Let me scroll back up. Or was it?
Was it HTTP? You might just throw it in the chat, maybe. As
soon as I find it.
It's one of these.
This one.
HT 3128. Okay.
And it's better to curl google.com because all you get is the redirect message. If you curl dub Google, you get the whole dang page. And then everything you were interested in scrolls a mile upstream. Pro tip.
Yes, I do not understand that at all.
I don't know if I can ping you guys. 91, 101. So what's the slicer IP? 20, 30, 40,
30.
30. Yeah, when I was on the VPN, 60 was the one that would respond to me. Do they start at 10 or 20 or what? So 10 responds to me. Is that a Windows?
10 is the Active Directory box.
20 responds to me.
20 is the FTP server.
30 and 40 do not respond. 50 responds. I'm on 60. Is there a 70?
30, 40,
Yeah.
40 is the Windows client. 70 is.
Oh, you
Slicer.
guys are 70, right? 70 is.
I'm 70, but I'm rebooting right now.
Okay.
Slicer.
But I think I was unable to ping you before, but you're still trying to get set up. Excuse me.
I think, yeah. I mean, I can ping my local address. It just rebooted. I'm logging in now.
So I can ping. I could ping
70.
this. What am I on? 60. I could ping 60 from the VPN, like from my laptop. That worked. So I'd imagine you should try to ping 60, Tristan, see if it responds. Or 10, any of these that work, 10, 20, 50, 60, see if any of them reply to you.
So Slicer is a no. Slicer does not work there.
No, but see if outbound from Slicer works.
Is it F? Happens. The flying heck? Whatever. 101.20. So it's just Slicer. Slicer is the only box that's not working with that.
Well,
Everything
10,
else is
20. I thought 30 didn't work. Is 30 Slicer? Let me do this.
30
in
is
order.
Slicer.
Okay, so 10. Think how nice this would be if it was PowerShell, or if I just bothered to take the time to write the little loop. 10, 20, 30. That's Slicer. 40. 40 is not working. That's the other one. So it's Slicer and 40 that don't seem to be working.
Yeah, I don't think you can't ping 70 either, right?
Couldn't before. Still can't. Yeah. But of the ones they gave us, 30 and 40, so that's Slicer and who? Whoops. That didn't work.
So Slicer.
Is it WL? No, that's 50. Hold it. 40 is WC, so the Windows client. And is it running? It is powered on. Oh, and it's so pretty.
Okay, I do not understand at all. What the heck? So, Dub is using. So Dub is currently the Active Directory box as its DNS, and that's working. And it can also contact and it can also contact the gateway as well. The Active Directory box has DNS working from itself and from 199.100.16.100, etc., etc. But the Slicer, FTP, and a couple other boxes cannot communicate with anything, or cannot ping the gateway, and their DNS is not working. Meanwhile, but they cannot ping anything. Like their communication has been cut off, including DNS. But if I set their gateway, if I set their DNS server to be 199, then all of a sudden that works.
What works? When you set the 199, what works?
If I set their DNS server to be if I set their DNS server to be 199, it works. But if their DNS server to be the Active Directory box, it also, what the heck?
Well, the Active Directory might not be forwarding. Is it forwarding to 199?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
All right. So, hold on. Okay, so if I try to ping google.com and let the default DNS configuration play, just let the defaults go, it does not work. If I run nslookup and set the DNS server to be the proxy, it works. If I set the DNS server from nslookup to be the Active Directory box, then it works. So it's not the Active Directory box DNS. It's a configuration setting on Slicer.
I did not follow all of that, but I trust you.
I'm barely understanding this. Like this does
you
not
want to
make
show us?
any sense to me.
Do you want to show us?
Yes,
I'd
I would
probably
love
follow
to show
that
you
better if you
guys.
showed me. Yeah.
Screen
I'm
share.
running at about 40% right now. So
There we go. We couldn't access your camera. I know. I'm aware of that. Just share the entirety of my screen. What the heck? Why is this not working?
the Microsoft love for you.
Okay, there we go. Now this is working. Can you guys see? Can you guys see my screen?
Waiting for it. Not yet.
Really? Well, if you guys could actually just hop over onto the a slicer box, then I could then show you guys there.
So just watch there. Okay, hang on.
Yeah. For some reason, screen share is not working with me today. So overall, nothing is working.
Okay, I'm watching on Slicer.
Where's my slicer box? All right, here we go. If I ping google.com, these are the default DNS configurations. It does not work.
Okay.
If I look up via nslookup with the default configurations, google.com, it does not work. If I set the server to the proxy, it works.
That'll work. What if you set the server to your AD?
Exactly. It also works.
Okay. We see what's happening. Do you see where it was pointing at first?
Yeah.
It thinks you're running DNS mask locally, and that.
Well,
yeah. So run.
It worked.
Oh, keep going. Show me what you want to show me. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, however, currently I also cannot ping the gateway, which doesn't make any sense at all. Not 10.
Okay.
Well,
so
I mean, I can't ping anything.
So let's look at your IP adder.
Yeah.
So you're on.
Yeah, 130. Yeah, I'm on that correct subnet. But DNS is I don't know what the issue is, but I cannot ping the gateway. But DNS is working though, so maybe if I just set.
I don't know about
there we go.
Yeah, get rid of that.
I mean, well, though the thing is that was working like beforehand. That was like I never changed that setting. That was always working.
No, we don't want to use that. That just complicates our scenario. But it says this thing is Whoa, go back in there. You want to look at those comments.
Yeah.
So this is Symlink. If you're looking at Etsy Resolve, you see this text, you're following the Symlink. What do you have to do? Do you just have to break the Symlink? Well, anyway, we want to tell
what?
Who creates this? So this is a Symlink to run systemd resolve blah blah blah.
Stub
And
resolve.
that's
There we go.
normal. Yeah, that's normal. And I think in the comments it might have some directions on
Well,
what we really want to do is get the system D resolve system to not use dmask. Or
All
to
right,
tell
well, I mean-
dmask what to do. That's
Well,
the problem with your local resolution.
So, Chris, I'm gonna be honest here. I work in like 30 minutes, and I
Oh,
have
you
not
gotta go
eaten
then.
lunch.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So
Okay.
if you want over this, and I mean, of course, have at it. But I gotta leave pretty soon.
No,
So
no. I'm just saying that'll be your next step is to either get
Yeah.
DMAS to behave correctly or to just get rid of it, which in a situation like this, we're trying to get ready by Saturday. I'd say, if you can get rid of it and then tell Resolve Cuddle or something what you want your DNS server to be, or Netman or whatever it is you're using.
Yeah.
Just to tell it this is my name server. I don't want to use my local host because that's just a cache. That's basically all it is. It won't matter on this little network. So
all right. Hey, I wish you guys luck out there.
hey,
but
thanks.
I gotta leave here.
All righty. See you, man.
Bye.
I appreciate
Thanks.
it. Yeah.
Bye.
I just
Okay.
want to get, like, I've got an IP address. I can ping myself. I can't talk to anything else on the network. I
I'm
don't
going to
get it.
check. Sometimes we've had VMs show up. I think I mentioned this to you. They wind up on the wrong network. So this is
Well, that's what
ESO2.
That's what I'm wondering, because it's like I'm on an island. I can talk to myself. I just can't talk to anybody else.
And so your network is, and I'll share again in case you want to watch, because I think I've told you about the most boring thing in the world is listening to somebody who could be sharing their screen.
Pointing at their screen.
Yeah. I hate that when my boss says, "Are you sharing your screen?" Almost. So I'm looking here. There are choices for networks here. Oh, there's not. That's good. Actually, well, there are down here. But let's make sure that this is what everybody else says. And you're connected. That's also good. So
Yeah, I mean,
CDC.
I went through that. I just wasn't sure. Yeah, I guess I should have checked it compared to the other ones, but
Yeah, let's look at which one am I on? This one.
I'm hoping that's it. So,
It'd be
'cause
nice.
I mean, it
but
looks like the config on my side is right. I mean, I
Oh.
can competition network DBS. Yep, that's
it's
different. Okay, I'm hoping that's it.
Well, let's
that would
see.
make-
Let's
that would
see
make a
which
lot of
one is
sense.
right. We'll use this one as the quorum. Let it tell us what to do. Competition
Yep,
network
that's it.
DBS.
That's it.
So
Okay. Let's switch it over, and I'm assuming I got to restart.
I think so. Hopefully it's on the list here, right? Try this one. What do these others say? Internal. Okay, yeah, let's try this.
That makes sense.
Let's
All right,
let's
I'm
see
gonna
if it works without the reboot.
Okay, let me get back over there.
I mean, this is the
I
kind of thing I just always need
That
to
works.
poke it.
That was it.
It works.
Yep, I'm talking. Yep,
Sweet.
I'm good.
So I should be able to ping back at you. There it is. Yeah.
Yep, you can talk to me, right?
We left the NIC alone and just changed the cables, basically. Yeah.
Basically, that's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Look at that response time, man. We're in
Ah.
microseconds. Yeah.
So what are you? You're on. You're 70 or 60.
I'm 60. Yeah.
I can talk to you in 0.388 milliseconds.
Yeah. My best time for you was 0.394. But once we got up to 1.3 milliseconds, and I don't know, we got a kind of slacking there on that sixth packet. But
So here's what I'm going to do, Chris. I was talking to Kaizek. We'll go ahead and I'll work with him on getting the Elasticsearch set up. And then my thought is we'll just create accounts for everybody.
Yeah.
So they can log in. We'll send them an email with their login and password or whatever, and with instructions on how to nodes to the deployments.
That'd be
to
great.
The Elasticsearch deployment. Yeah, we'll try and kind of put it all together in a package, if you know what I mean.
It'll be great having a specialist. I mean, Kaizek knows other things, but we had somebody who was our go-to email person for like 5 or 6 years. And we were using this off the wall package called Citadel for email, but you don't get style points in this competition. And so like one time they said, okay, we need you to put a webmail interface in front of your, email. And it's like, well, Citadel had one. So we went and changed the config and restarted. And okay, we're done. What's next? And Charity did it every year. She was our email queen. So, I mean, Kaizek, I hope you come back every year. I hope you fail a couple years of school so that you can be on the team like 10 years. And
did you hear that, Kaizek?
That's a joke.
That means you're in demand.
Yeah, no, I hope you're on the team like every year you can be. And in addition, if he gets good at this to where it kind of becomes just something we do, right? And then other people can learn it and it just becomes part of the team. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's my thought, because I'd like to hand a lot of this experience off to him and have him kind of lead that. And we'll get better. This is the first year, right? So it'll only get better from here. So
yeah, it's a good I like what you're doing, Chad. Dad awesome. To dad here, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so once we have this ready, we'll post in the chat. And then if we could just have a few of the guys jump on the other servers and they can just install the agents and have them reporting in.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. And then we can push policy from there. So
I am going to check everybody else's network, especially AD. Sound like he was having some. Yep, he's got
some issues.
It seemed
now,
like
I can take a snapshot here, right? Like I can just, because I'd like to take a snapshot right now. Okay, there's snapshots. Take a snapshot. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Base install network working.
Oh, I should see if I can download these images the way they are. I was able to do that a couple of years ago, and then I think I forgot last year.
I want to make sure I see my snapshot here before we do anything else.
Yep. Good call.
Looks like maybe it takes a little while for that to complete.
Yeah, for all the time somebody said, "Oh, I'll take a snapshot first." I'm not seeing many snapshots.
No, I'm looking. I just kicked one off, but I don't see that it's finished yet. At least I don't see it in the list. There's no snapshots available. And I can't take one now, so it must be doing something.
Somebody took one of Slicer, so that's cool. So it must work.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Once I have a big milestone like that, something's working, I want to take a snapshot or lock it in, because I'm probably going to break it again.
Absolutely, you are.
Okay, I see a snapshot here. So, okay, cool.
Yeah, my boss told me that when he does either KPR reports or some such management speak, that they take they have this good, bad, ugly breakdown of events, and then he has this format he likes things in, which is metric followed by I had this is new for me, but the metric, like we had a 12% uplift or 12% hit or something, on some metric, and then there's a something in the middle, and then a metric, context, and then driver. And that's our CEO, and he likes it that way. And it's like, if it's not in that context, he can't hear you. So it has to be in that format. The driver is optional. And I can't remember where I was going with this. Like I had to work so hard to think of that. What did you say right before this, Chad? Do you remember?
Well, I'm going to break it. I think that was what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah. And this is for like his reports and skip levels, basically. And my boss is a skip level to him. And they kind of get in trouble if they don't have bad and ugly in the reports. And he's like, "Are you not learning anything?"
What are you breaking? Yep.
Yeah, and somebody he said, and our boss showed us the document from the get out a Word document and they put in the reports. And then I've been to the next lower level of this, and you actually take the first 20 minutes of the meeting to read the document. Instead of expecting everybody to find half an hour of their own time to read it, they give you 20 minutes at the beginning of this meeting to read the document. Gold mine idea. And you make comments. Some comments are already there, but you highlight stuff. I ask really deep questions like, what do these letters stand for?
Yeah.
And I mean, you got to. If you're thinking it, probably somebody else is thinking it. But we all ask questions and whatnot. But Aman's questions, our CEO, he said, "Hey, this is a pretty good list of bad things, but some of these should probably be uglies." And he'll say, "Why?" And my boss said, "Yeah, we get called out if we don't have bad and ugly," because he'll say, why aren't you learning anything? You must not be paying attention, right? So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Well, I think a lot of people are just afraid of breaking things sometimes, and I don't understand why. Because my philosophy's always been is I want to break something, especially not in production. Like I want to know where the breaking points are at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to find it out later on.
Yeah, we run AARs, which I think is a military term or something, after action review. Those are company-wide. Like if something breaks or there's an incident, we get together and we talk about, was there a financial, what happened? Was there a financial impact? And one of the people who's core to the system that was kind of at the middle of it explains what happens. They do this thing that's trendy called the 5 why analysis. And if they're honest and there's more than one root cause, they'll do 2 5 why analyses, where they say, well, what happened? And they'll say, well, this thing broke. And then it'd be, why did that happen? And you answer that question. You answer the question why 5 times. Well, why did that happen? And if it doesn't merit a company-wide AAR in the registrar, in domains, we'll do something called a COE, which we call a celebration of errors. And
I love it.
Yeah, we view errors as an unplanned investment. So we have a lot of information we didn't plan to get, right? There was a cost to it. There's a cost to it. So it's an investment. And now we want to get the biggest possible return on that investment that we can. What can we learn from this? So it's definitely trying to tip it around. Even in the AARs, they have this thing. I swear they read it every time. We're not here to point fingers. We're not here to find blame. We're here to learn from this event and to determine what steps we can take to prevent its recurrence. And for the root cause, they actually label it on the form, the blame-free or something like that, blame-free root cause. And they kind of pound it into us. We're not here to point fingers at each other. Although one recent incident,
I wish the company I was working at was like that, because there's a lot of companies that aren't. It's kind of unfortunate. You know what I mean?
Well, there are some incidents where, behind the scenes, people are like, we really shouldn't, they really shouldn't have done that.
Like that was really dumb. Right?
Yeah.
Like
but I bet they learned that lesson. Like we've had auditors coming to us and saying, hey, you've got all of these accounts in the database and we don't know who owns them. Please tell us. And we're like, well, we don't know either, because when we moved our database, I think I might have mentioned this. I mentioned it to, I guess, the Tices, not to you, but we had this old system, which was called Nimitz, and APIs and apps and services would talk to Nimitz when they needed to connect to a SQL Server database. They would have to present a client certificate, and the Nimitz had to go through some security on its side. And if everything checked out, Nimitz would give it a connection string, and then it could connect to a SQL Server. And Nimitz had some issues, not least of which was that a lot of clients would share credentials. So, some departments, some teams would say, oh, I don't want to have 20 different NIMITS certificates to manage because I've got 20 APIs. We'll just reuse this one, which was not cool. So they replaced it, and the project was called Goon, Get Out of NIMITS, GOON. So now we have all these Goon accounts, and somebody a while back, because nobody told them to keep it, somebody got rid of the metadata that attached the application teams to the Goon accounts. So nobody knew. You've got all these accounts connecting to the database, and nobody knows. You can't tell who they are. And
That's not
because
good.
they decentralized it, right? So everybody stores the secrets in their own vault or in the AWS secret manager that's part of their own account. And so vault is HashiCorp vault. And
Yeah.
and so then the auditors, it's time for annual audits, and the auditors like, we don't know who these accounts are, and the database people are like, well, we've been saying all year we don't know who these accounts are, and it's the problem, right? We don't know when there's problems. We don't know who to go to, unless they've put their application in that part of the connection string, and nobody's lying, which we don't think a bad actor, is going to say in the connection string, I'm a bad actor, that all your base are belong to us or whatever. So they're going to say that they're the registry service, talking to the registries or something that looks normal. And so we've had this huge amount of extra work recently to try to get that metadata and reattach it. And it's a, no blame kind of thing. But everybody's like looking back at that decision to get rid of that metadata with a critical eye. And in meetings, the guy who did that, a lot of times he just interjects, well, just to be clear, nobody requested that I retain that information. It's like, we're just trying to put it back together now, okay? That's in the past. Nobody asked about that. I think he really feels the hot seat right now. So, which is too bad. I wrote to him after one of our meetings and said, I think we're just trying to move forward. You may be feeling a lot of stress over this, but we just need to put it all back together. And the plus side, I've been able to work with not just my VP, who's the VP for domains development, but also the ecom VP of development. So I think he's known my name and stuff before, but we've never really worked together. So it's good to get on his radar a little bit. And I was in a meeting with the CTO. I used to report directly to him, and people talked about stuff. And then I said, well, I've got a list of recommendations. I had just talked to my VP, and he's like, so you've got all this stuff we've done in domains. And so I recommended stuff that basically we've already done in domains. So, I'm hoping to say like on Monday, okay, we're finished, But so hopefully this will be good for my internal branding. I've kind of been stuck at a certain pay grade for a long time. So we'll see. But,
yeah, it's always hard, like to, you know what I mean? Once you kind of stuck there, to move up.
I mean, where I am is perfectly fine, but I literally am I don't get raises unless they change the top of the pay grade, So yeah, we'll see. But it's good. It's a good job. It's a good salary. I mean, there's nothing to complain about, but it does it does carry some negativity. Did I get a raise this year? It turns into, did they change the max of the pay grade this year, which doesn't feel merit based, So nothing wrong with it, right? It's just a different world to be in. And if I can contribute, if I get recognition out of this, I think that'll matter to me. We'll see. I think I'll feel good about it. I'm enjoying what we're doing, and we've been talking about moving our databases into Azure, which is where they, in my opinion, all of our critical line of business databases are on SQL Server. So which cloud provider did we choose? The one that has utterly no good cloud native representation of SQL Server at scale. So it's like, yeah, that's okay. These other servers you got, they're great. They put our product in front of people, but the ones you kind of turned your back on, that's $4.5 billion, And
like,
so, yeah, so we're starting to look at putting them in Azure where SQL servers belong, right? So I got really excited about that. And then about 40 minutes later, my boss was like, this is a terrible idea. So he comes from VeriSign. VeriSign? Yeah.
VeriSign.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
they run some of the internet domain DNS root servers and stuff like that. So he was their chief architect for a number of years. So his priority is always that things should be available and correct. And he doesn't like the idea of putting a multi-cloud, a dependency on a cloud-to-cloud connectivity issue. I'm like, we already have dependencies on like region to region, but it's really hard to argue that he's wrong. But the management and creation of these databases would be so much easier. We would gain back so much engineer time, and we'd be able to manage them by policy, which we can't do in AWS because AWS doesn't know what a SQL server is unless you use their service, which is a toy compared to what we need.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's, for example, there's, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I say, why wouldn't you go to Azure? It just makes, I mean, for SQL Server, it just makes sense.
I mean, they have big servers. We could run the amount of transactions we need, I think, through they call it RDS, Relational Data Services, but they can't put SQL Server into their better system called Aurora because SQL Server is not open source. And what they do with Aurora is they modify the replication system to meet what Aurora does. So you can't do that.
Aurora is just like MySQL under the hood, isn't it? For the
Well, they
most part.
took MySQL and they changed it because MySQL has some, and I'm not an expert here, but they have this they move large blocks of data around for replication, and AWS thinned it out a lot, made it more efficient. And then didn't contribute it back to the community. And so
no, exactly. Well, and AWS is notorious for that. I mean,
exactly.
They did that to Elasticsearch too, and that's why they went through that whole licensing fiasco where they went from open source to kind of a closed source model, to cut that off. And that's why you see the fork for OpenSearch, where they stole versions of 7 and Elasticsearch and forked it into what they have for OpenSearch today.
Yeah, that's why I think there's some modified licensing, open source licensing that basically honor Amazon by saying, if you make money with this, you have to contribute those changes back.
Right.
Which is basically aimed right at orgs like Amazon.
Yeah.
But we have thousands, not many thousands, but it is thousands of lines of code that all they do is set up. They take configured Windows servers, which AWS will give us if we give them CloudFormation templates, right? That's what we can get from Amazon. And they can be together. We can get an Active Directory domain, a managed domain, and they can be in a virtual private cloud, a VPC. And then our code puts the servers into a domain, sets up the networking the way we need it to be, installs SQL Server on 2 of the nodes of the 3 that have been created in that region, sets up Windows failover cluster, and puts the two servers that are going to be SQL servers in as SQL Server resources and puts the third one in as a file server quorum resource. Installs Windows SQL Server availability group on the two SQL servers. Creates Active Directory accounts, creates local administrator accounts, creates SQL Server accounts, does automation around hardening the servers, does all this stuff, right? That I can only imagine in Azure, and I'm just starting to look at it, but the amount of clicking I had to do in Azure to set up a SQL Server, I wasn't even sure if I'd set up a Windows server at the end or not. It was like, it was so easy. It's like, and I did. There's different ways to set it up. Some are serverless, some are not, I've learned. And the way I set it up required a server, but it was basically like, you need a server. You don't have one. Click here to set one up. It was like, okay. And it set one up for me. And
we're going to lose connection here in a minute.
Oh, okay. But anyway, it was so much easier. I imagine I'm going to have to make 10 API calls and it's going to be done instead of these, 3,000 lines of code I've got. So yeah, looking forward. A lot of people are against it, but I'm going to do everything I can to lobby in favor. So anyway, going to lose connection. You got to go. Are you gone?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm fine. Sick, but other than that, I'm good. Uh, you guys had to drop. Excuse me.
You can hear us okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I'll work with Kaizek, I think, here. I'm going to take a break here real quick. I got to get something to eat, but we'll post in Zulip kind of where we end up, and now we got network access. That's a big hurdle.
Yeah. Of course, it was just one switch someplace, right?
Well, no, I think it was a combination. I think what was happening before is there were YAML parsing issues, like that YAML wasn't set up quite right, and then the default gateway didn't match what was in your file that you sent. So,
yeah, it's hard to diagnose that when you're on the wrong physical network, though.
yeah. Well, before I wasn't even an IP address bound to the NIC either, so that's why I think there was a YAML parsing issue.
Gotcha.
That was causing that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool. I will. We'll talk to you guys later, and we'll see how much people can meet during the week. Hopefully, some.
Yeah, it's available. I know it's kind of crunch time, so we'll do the best we can to make sure we've got central logging this year. That'll be exciting.
It will be. That'll be a win. So, like I said, this is the competition we learned from this one. So we'll just see what happens. I think people are busy with other things. And at the end of the year, we tend to be able to prioritize the competition a lot more. It makes a difference. So
Busy time for everybody.
well, yeah, I mean, the competition at the end of the year is sort of the goal, that's the thing everybody's looking toward. And I think right now during this part of the year, we run into mock trial and maybe the musical. I don't know, because I haven't had, none of my kids have done this since have done, IT club since 2012.
That's a long time.
It is. I was thinking about that. It's like, when was Gabe a senior? But because my younger kids didn't do it, even though one of them wound up being a programmer, which is kind of funny. But yeah, so it's hard for me to remember the conflicts, but it usually works out better around the April competition. So
Well, good today, and this will be exciting, kind of our first year. So
yeah, it should be fun. I'm gonna go drink a gallon of hot honey or something, and might run into the clinic and make sure I haven't caught walking pneumonia again. So we'll see. Yep. I'll talk to you later, Kaisik, if you're still there. No? Okay. We'll see you, Chad.